Dearest family, during Avataric ages, all mankind and creation unconsciously derive the blessing of God's presence on earth as Avatar. But it remains the great good fortune of a few to receive it consciously. I recall beloved Baba's words, "I come for all, but I am for a few." Of the few who received the blessing of the Avatar's darshan at Pune in the first week of May 1965 were thousands of his lovers from all over the East, from India, from Pakistan, Aden, and Iran. They all came, these pilgrims, journeying solely in love, from far and near, by land, sea, and air, for a sight of their beloved.
The men and women disciples who lived with Meher Baba through the years are called the resident Mandali. His sister Mani was one of those close disciples. Mani shared in many phases of his work, and in 1956, Meher Baba directed her to be his scribe to the West. Thus, the family letters began. Written on Baba's behalf, Mani's letter offers a personal and intimate view of this gathering.
Seated in his chair on the dais, wearing his beautiful white robe and a garland of flowers, Baba looked radiant throughout the long hours of darshan time each day, his God smile shining on the sea of lovers before him. One by one they approached him, and with upturned faces animated with the glow of his presence, they stood before him for a moment that embraced eternity. Beloved Baba's message for all, read out over the mic before the darshan started, was, "All these years, I used to embrace you, my lovers, and bow down to your love for me. Now I cannot embrace you, so I allow you to bow down to my love for you." Smiling his love on some, bowing his head to others, now asking after someone's health or work, now caressing the face of a child held aloft to him. He was father, friend, and beloved to all.
Meher Baba observed silence beginning in 1925. Over the years, he dictated his messages and books in English from an alphabet board and with unique hand gestures. Meher Baba declared, "I am the Ancient One, the one residing in every heart. I was Rama, I was Krishna, I was this one, I was that one, and now I am Meher Baba."
मेरा दामन तो जल ही चुका है मगर, मेरा दामन तो जल ही चुका है मगर, आज तुम पर भी आए गवारा नहीं। मेरा दामन तो जल ही चुका है मगर, आज तुम पर भी आए गवारा नहीं। मेरे आंसू न पोंछो खुदा के लिए, मेरे आंसू न पोंछो खुदा के लिए, वरना आंचल तुम्हारा भी जल जाएगा। मेरे आंसू न पोंछो खुदा के लिए, वरना आंचल तुम्हारा भी जल जाएगा। रुख से पर्दा हटा दे, तीर की जा है दिल, दिल की जा तीर है। तीर की जा है दिल, दिल की जा तीर है। तीर से यूं न खेलो खुदा के लिए। तीर की जा है दिल, दिल की जा तीर है। तीर से यूं न खेलो खुदा के लिए। तीर खींचा तो दिल ही निकल आएगा। तीर खींचा तो दिल ही निकल आएगा। दिल जो निकला तो बस दम निकल जाएगा। रुख से पर्दा हटा दे जरा सा किया, बस सभी रंगे महफिल बदल जाए।
The next morning, the gathering shifted to an open-sided tent or pandal to accommodate the huge crowds. For the next 5 days, thousands seized the opportunity to have Meher Baba's darshan.
And so we saw them hurrying in each darshan morning, a constant stream of lovers, young and old, rich and poor, from ministers of state to the toiler in the field, their vocations and mode of dress as varied in range and expression as the notes of a musical composition. Many of the women carried babes in their arms. A number of them were barely a month old. We were filled with wonder at the love and faith of these mothers who came from long distances with their little ones, braving nights and days of travel in unbelievably crowded Indian trains. One young mother from the district of Hamirpur brought along her firstborn, a 15 days old girl, because, she told us, she wanted to give her child the greatest thing there was on earth, Meher Baba's darshan.
Meher Baba's message to them, read out on the first day in the Guru Prasad Pandal, said, I am happy to see you all. I am touched that many of you have come from distant parts at no small sacrifice to be in my presence for a few hours. Devotees spend their lifetime savings and even risk life itself in pilgrimage to bow down before God in forms sanctified by tradition. And their rewards are according to tradition. But you have journeyed to bow down before God who has taken human form because of love. And your reward will be according to love.
As each placed his or her head on his feet, along with the garlands and the babies they had brought with them, some bathing his feet with tears and kisses, He acknowledged their love with folded hands held to his breast or touched to his forehead. It was a profound gesture that brought to life the symbol mastery in servitude. Every one of them was given the opportunity to bow down to his love that surpasses all understanding, his love that gave no thought to what it cost his physical body, which was racked with pain and immensely fatigued after each darshan session. Because the lovers were many and the days were few, Baba gave of himself for longer hours each morning and also for over an hour every afternoon. And so one and all received of his love, that love which had drawn them to him from far and near.
After visiting America and Australia in May and June, Meher Baba gave the following message on July 10, 1958, to a group of about 200 of his lovers gathered to celebrate the anniversary of his silence. Before his message was read out that day, Meher Baba said through hand gestures, "The main thing I give today is my universal message, which I want you to listen carefully to and take in with all your heart. I have come not to teach, but to awaken. Understand, therefore, that I lay down no precepts. Throughout eternity I have laid down principles and precepts, but mankind has ignored them. Man's inability to live God's words makes the Avatar's teaching a mockery. Instead of practicing the compassion he taught, man has waged crusades in his name. Instead of living the humility, purity, and truth of his words, man has given way to hatred, greed, and violence. Because man has been deaf to the principles and precepts laid down by God in the past, in this present avataric form, I observe silence. You have asked for and been given enough words. It is now time to live them. To get nearer and nearer to God, you have to get further and further away from I, my, me, and mine. You have not to renounce anything but your own self. It is as simple as that, though found to be almost impossible. It is possible for you to renounce your limited self by my grace. I have come to release that grace. I repeat, I lay down no precepts. When I release the tide of truth which I have come to give, men's daily lives will be the living precept. The words I have not spoken will come to life in them. I veil myself from man by his own curtain of ignorance, and manifest my glory to a few. My present avataric form is the last incarnation of this cycle of time. Hence, my manifestation will be the greatest. When I break my silence, the impact of my love will be universal, and all life in creation will know, feel, and receive of it. It will help every individual to break himself free from his own bondage in his own way. I am the divine beloved who loves you more than you could ever love yourself. The breaking of my silence will help you to help yourself in knowing your real self. All this world confusion and chaos was inevitable, and no one is to blame. What had to happen has happened, and what has to happen will happen. There was and is no way out except through my coming in your midst. I had to come, and I have come. I am the Ancient One.
Meher Baba has come from India with a message to the West. He does not convey this message by speaking, but by his mere presence. When he wishes to communicate with people, he uses this board and points to the letters on it. I intend to bring together all religions and cults like beads on one string and revitalize them for individual and collective needs. This is my mission to the West.
When they begin the beginning, it brings back a sound of music so tender. It brings back a night of tropical splendor. It brings back a memory evergreen. I'm with you once more under the stars, and down by the shore an orchestra's playing, and even the palms seem to be swaying when they begin the beat. live it again is past all endeavor, except the tune that clutches my heart, and a heavy eye swearing to love forever, and promising never, never to part. What moments divine, what rapture serene, till clouds came along to disperse the joys that we've tasted. And now when I hear people curse the charms that love wasted, I know but too well what they mean. So don't let them begin, Let the love that was once a fire remain an ember. Let it sleep like the dead desire I only remember. When they begin. Oh yes, let them begin, make them play, till the stars that were there before return above. Till you whisper to me once more, darling, I love you. Then we suddenly know what heaven we're in. When they begin, when they begin.
To wrap up this letter carrying beloved Barbara's love to you, there can be no material more substantial or beautiful than the message that he gave to his lovers on May 3rd of 1965. Barbara said, "This time of your being with me, I do not intend giving you a lot of words to exercise your minds. I want your minds to sleep, so that your hearts may awaken to my love. You have had enough of words. I have had enough of words. It is not through words that I give what I have to give. In the silence of your perfect surrender, my love, which is always silent, can flow to you to be yours always to keep and to share with those who seek me. When the word of my love breaks out of its silence and speaks in your hearts, telling you who I really am, then you will know that that is the real word you have been always longing to hear.
मेहर बाबा 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 मेहर बाबा
Meher Baba, Meher Baba, God is love, God is love. Meher Baba, Meher Baba, Avatar, Avatar. Meher Baba, Meher Baba, God is love, God is love. Meher Baba, Meher Baba, Avatar. Meher Baba, Meher Baba, God is love, God is love. Meher Baba, Meher Baba, Avatar, Avatar. Meher Baba, Meher Baba, God is love, God is love. Meher Baba, Meher Baba, Avatar. Too high to sing. There was that single, that simple composition one plays in the beginning when I used to pick and I used to play for Baba. Regular exercises, sort of up and down. It's a song, but it's too high.
No, you can sing.
Laili kudhund सारे जहां में मोरी लैला बसी मोरे मन में मोरी लैला बसी मोरे मन में लैला लैला पुकार मैं बन में मोरे लैला बसी मोरे मन में लैला लैला पुकार मैं बन में मोरे लैला बसी मोरे मन में लैली को ढूंढूं सारा ठिकाना लैली को ढूंढूं सारा ठिकाना मोरी लैला बसी मोरे मन में लैला लैला पुकार मैं बन में, मोरे लैला बसी मोरे मन में. This Majnu singing, I call out Layla, Layla in the forests. In every place I roam calling Layla, Layla. But my Layla is really within my heart. She abides within my heart. And that's why Baba always used to say, you see, the highest in human love, when you speak of human love at its highest, here Baba always used to quote Layla and Majnu. You see, the big Layla and Majnu. And that is the highest in human love, so that it was on the verge of divine. Because actually, Layla Majnu is a real story, and actually Majnu would see Layla everywhere, and felt that pain when she died. And then he actually saw her in the film. Also, it is shown that Majnu wipes his bloodied forehead, and then the blood is on his palm, and he sees Layla here. You know, it's on the verge of divine. Is that high human love? And Baba used to say, even that was like the bite of a little ant compared to the divine love, which he compared to that agony of that love. Baba compared it to a scorpion bite in comparison with the highest of human love, which is just an ant bite. And he often would, you see, if it is far out, isn't it?
if I'm really happy now. I say sure, I never loved her anyhow, but inside I long for you in the way it used to be. I look around and there's a heartache following me. I always say that I'm really glad you're gone. I even act like I never cared at all, but your memory lingers on, and I'm never really free. I look around and there's a heartache following me. I pawn my ring and everything that tied me to the past. I say I never loved her, never meant for it to last, but I know it's just a game, and the loser's always me. I look around and there's a heartache following me. Sometimes they ask me if I'm really happy now. I say sure, I never loved her anyhow, but inside I long for you in the way it used to be. I look around and there's a heartache following me. I look around and there's a heartache following me.
Haven't seen quite enough of the world, but I ain't seen a sign of my hero, and I'm still diving down for pearls. Let me flow into the ocean, let me get back to the sea. Let me be stormy and let me be calm, let the tide in and set me free. I'm flowing under bridges, then I'm flying through the sky. I'm traveling down cold metal, I'm just a tear in a baby's eye. Let me flow into the ocean, let me get back to the sea. Let me be stormy and let me be calm, let the tide in rush over me. Oh yeah. can't be the scene, but I am in the water as far as I can see. I'm remembering distant memories, recalling other names. I'm rippling over canyons, then I'm gonna boil in the train. Let me flow into the ocean, yeah, let me get back to the sea. Let me be stormy and let me be calm, let the tide in rush over me. Show me the way, give me a sunny day, but what does it mean without your love? If I could travel far, if I could touch the stars, where would I be without your love? Whenever I get to feel down and out, I think about what you said and then I give up. If I could fly away, if I could sail today, where would I go without your love? You're at the lowest level and you're above. You're in the seventh heaven and you're in love. Say it was just the wind. There ain't a single thing. Who wouldn't be without your love? Mayhem. You can turn the darkest night into the brightest day. You make all the difference in the world. Oh, Mayhem. Mayhem. You can thaw the coldest pot. You can melt the hardest heart. You bring the spring to this wintry world. Oh, Mayhem. Mayhem. Time and again, nothing changes. God remains the same. Time and again throughout the ages, you remain the same. Love alone. Father, Son, shine on, shine on. Father, Son, shine on me. Father, Son, shine on, shine on. Father, Son, shine on me. You are our love, you are our light, you are the bread and the wine, and we are all hungry in this famine world. For you, Mayhem. Mayhem. Mayhem.
Walk ye the golden corridors of the King. The windows are open. The time it is spring. And do not fear it, for I am the Queen.
No, it was early morning at 5 o'clock, and we were new in Mehrabad, staying with Baba, with my mother, we 4 girls were there, and just 5 of us. One morning, of course, every morning we have to get up very early, and one morning at 5 o'clock, even before having tea, Baba was singing very beautifully. So my mother woke us up and said, "Come on, quick, Baba's singing, and we must hear him." And so she was near the window, but not very near the window. But Baba was on the veranda where we could not see him. And so Baba came round the corner, and as he came singing a very beautiful tune, you may call it, and yes, tune, but the song also was something, a new song that Baba had never sung. And yes, it's not that, I can't explain about the song. It's a song that a girl would sing, when she follows her masters, that she wants to say that I've given up all my everything to him, like become a sannyasi or something like that. Or he might say, he has no sense. Haven't you got any sense that you could remember? Or if he did it here, Baba say, how fortunate you are. You have no idea how fortunate you are. Like for instance, or he would say, don't worry, be happy. Or he'd say, what are you thinking? It all depended on the gesture. Even this could mean, it could mean good, it could mean very good, it could mean wonderful, nice. Just depending on Baba's expression. Like when he said, talk, Baba would say. Now this can be not only talk, but any utterance from the lips. It could mean read, when I would read out loud to Baba. It could mean read, it could mean talk. Or he'd ask somebody sitting there and say, anything to ask? Anything else? Or if I was reading, go on. Read fast. Or he would say about somebody, she just talks and talks and talks and talks all day. The one gesture that I love most, it was always so tremendous, although it was just a natural, simple gesture from Baba, and that was forgiveness. Baba's gesture for love and forgiveness were the same. So forgiveness really comes from love. Baba would say, she loves me very much, But forgiveness would be a giving from Baba. He would do this and that. And when Baba forgave, it was like the ocean that comes over onto the beach. And when it recedes, there's not a trace left, not a track left. Baba's forgiveness was so tremendous and great. But every time when it would be in Baba, said, all right, I forgive.
In the spring of 1954, on the very day I arrived in Sydney with my family, Francis Brabazon handed me a notice sent by Avatar Meher Baba that his Western male followers over the age of 16 could come to be with him from the 10th to the 30th of September. With great joy and on my part wonderment, Francis and I arranged to travel together to India and attend the gathering that came to be known as the 3 Incredible Weeks with Meher Baba. We arrived in Bombay on the 10th of September, where we met 15 other Western men from America and England and we set off by coaches to Meherabad. It was the only occasion that beloved Baba held a program designed exclusively for Western men. And it proved to be a time of extraordinary intimacy between Baba and this small group of men. Upon the hill at Meherabad was a large 2-story stone house which had served for years as a retreat for Baba's women disciples. Baba now decided that the retreat should be used for the Western men. Early in the morning of the 12th, we were taken by coach to Ahmednagar, to Wadia Park. There, standing on the platform, we watched the car bringing beloved Baba arrive below us. Baba seated himself on the platform, and we then sat on chairs in an arc some 10 feet behind him. Then, as though he had suddenly remembered our existence, he turned in the chair in short, emphatic movements, looking at each one. His glance pierced me as though it were a shaft penetrating to the depths, and I felt a shock through my body like an electric charge. We stood around Baba as he began the darshan program. As I watched, I noticed the graceful movement of his hand and arm. I noticed that no one was missed, although the crush was heavy and some would tend to be pushed aside. Baba's arm would shoot through the press of bodies and make contact with the jostled one. That strong movement of his arm seemed to me like a series of arrows of love to each passing heart. Baba gave and gave his love, irrespective of the motive that brought these tens of thousands to him. But I noticed that, absorbed as he appeared to be in giving sweets to each passing hand, every now and then he would stop and stroke the face of the person and perhaps say something. The contact, the wide, blossoming smile it produced, obviously suggested that here was one who loved and did not just seek blessings for self. Baba's mandali directed alternate lines of men and boys, then lines of women and girls, so that they came single file before Baba. For the most part it was orderly, but at times large groups, especially of men, surged forward impatient to get to him. He was so magnetic that people sometimes could not restrain themselves. I wondered, aren't they aware of Baba's love where they are? Suddenly I realised they were surging toward Baba because they were receiving his love. They felt compelled to get to him, to touch him and to drink from the cup of his divine love. Sometimes Baba himself would have to stand up and wave the people back to their seats, reassuring them that he would not leave until they'd had their precious contact with him.
I gave my all to the one I found the greatest thing that I could ever find. I found God's love in every little thing I do in life. I know that He alone is real. Yes, I know that He alone is real. And once I saw love.
Late in the day, Baba's right hand gave out, and he continued giving prasad with his left. When some of his disciples asked him to rest, he replied, "This is my rest."
And that He is near Baba, and that we should follow Him, and that He is near Baba.
At 6 o'clock, it was time for the darshan program to end, and by now the atmosphere was electric with Baba's presence. The crowd, seemingly magnetised by Baba's irresistible love, simply could not break the connection with him. To escape, Baba mounted on the top of the car that had brought him. The glorious sunset became enhanced by the magnificent luminosity of Baba's light, as the car slowly moved through the crowd of ecstatic people. Perhaps for all of us the next day was spent in reflection on what had taken place the previous day, and of course the great expectation of what was to follow. For the one who had shown love and divinity in measureless abundance to the masses was about to become our daily companion. We rose early in eager anticipation of beloved Baba's arrival. A lookout was stationed on the tower, and suddenly he shouted, "He is coming." I would watch him striding slowly up the hill effortlessly, each movement like that of some skilled dancer who forgets himself for a moment and becomes pure movement. I never saw a single movement of body, limbs or facial changes that did not prompt my heart to declare perfection and my mind to be baffled and say he could not be other than God. Everyone was somewhat standoffish at first. The physical proximity of the avatar is an awesome experience. But Baba broke the ice by saying, "Don't be afraid. Gather around me like friends." That did it. We were like children of the merciful Father. Baba joked with some, and then, as if to say, "Let me show you around the place," he'd led us on a tour of Mehrabad. Baba told stories highlighting the significance of each building along the way. Striding rapidly down Mehrabad Hill, we arrived at Lower Mehrabad, just as 2 station wagons carrying 14 nuns from Upasni Maharaja's ashram arrived. As each in turn bowed at Baba's feet, Baba exclaimed, "I am the Ancient One. I am the One Reality." Returning to Upper Mehrabad, Baba took the nuns on a tour of Mehrabad Hill. Film footage was shot of all of us, and then later, Baba and us Westerners gathered in the western room of the water tank. Baba began to dictate on his alphabet board, and Erich spoke his words.
Be perfectly natural and frank with me. I am your master, but also your friend. I am one of you and one with you. I will come to see you every day between now and the 27th, unless the rains make the roads impassable, or unless I catch a cold from one of you. I will explain many things about the spiritual path and realization, and about my work and what you can do to help in it.
Then Baba continued to put us at ease by asking each of us to say something. But after this, Baba swayed us in the opposite direction by saying,
"Before I drop my body, I will have to undergo violent attacks on it. What has to happen will happen, and I will gladly undergo all this for the sake of humanity."
And he continued in a very personal manner.
Before I met my beloved in union, I lost everything: ego, mind, and lower consciousness. But thank God, I did not lose my sense of humor. That is why I appear among you on your level. It is so easy to see God that its being easy has made it infinitely difficult. When all doubts are removed, when mind is at infinite peace, when you continually, unbreakably enjoy divine bliss, in that split second you see, in that moment you understand that you always were that. It is more clear than what you see here with your gross eyes. If you were to see me at Andhra and elsewhere, where the traditions are different from yours, you would see how different it is. They respect me as they are used to thinking of saints and yogis sitting with a sober expression on their faces. If they were to see me here with you and you eating and smoking in front of me, they would say, "What is going on here?" When I sit with the lowly and the poor, I am one with them. And when I sit with you, I am one with you. But when I am in my divine state, only God knows who I am. You cannot.
Before departing, Baba promised us that he would give each of us a private interview the next day. Then Baba went down the hill to confer with Padre and Pendu about the arrangements for the meetings on the 29th and 30th. On September 16th, Baba directed that we be brought to Mehrazad. He showed us the new life caravan, the blue bus, the Mananash cabin and other rooms. Then Baba led us up Seclusion Hill. At the crest he pointed where his cabin had been. He also said that the hill was not far from the place where Krishna used to play with the gopis. Baba told the men, "You are really fortunate to have come with me on the hill, with me leading the way. This is a very dear piece of land." Afterwards, Baba asked us to sit silently for 5 minutes. While embracing us as we left Mehrazad, Baba said,
"You have only 15 days more to absorb Baba. After you leave, you will be free. You can play, work, be with your family and children as much as you want. But here, now, try to absorb as much of Baba as you can. What I would like, in short, is for you to take me with you when you go back."
The following morning, Baba arrived at Mehrazad at 9:30. He stated,
"On very special occasions, I hold prayer meetings with a few of my most intimate disciples. Today, I shall hold one of these meetings so that you all may be included. You will see a Zoroastrian, Muslim, Hindu, and a special Christian prayer being recited."
Entering the main hall at Lower Mehrazad, Baba ordered that all of the doors and windows be tightly shut, and he began to recite the prayers of the 4 major religions with various members of his mandali.
O Lord of creation, Arumai, Thou art the source of light. Thou who art all effulgent and all knowing, art the Lord of lords, the King of kings, the Creator of all creation, the Preserver.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. La ilaha illallah. Wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. Allahu Akbar. La ilaha illallah. Wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan
आप ही हैं। अपने भक्तों की इच्छा पूर्ण करने हेतु आप शरीर धारण करते हैं। आप पालनकर्ता विष्णु हैं, जो शेषनाग सर्पों के राजा के ऊपर विश्राम।
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. O Lord, hear my prayer and let my cry come unto thee. Thou who art the God of the God, the Father Almighty, Father of love, everlasting.
Then he participated in his own prayer of confession, later to become known as the prayer of repentance. At the conclusion, Baba ordered the doors and windows to be reopened, and he returned to his chair, where we gathered around him on the floor.
Today you have joined God, praying to God. I and God are one. Now we will go up the hill.
After having shown us the physical places of his work at Mehrabad and Mehrazad, Baba now began to spread his spiritual treasures before us.
I will give only points today, no explanations. Jesus and his inner circle and the Christian mystics all stressed purity of the heart. Muhammad and his imams also stressed purity of the heart. So did Zarathustra and the Magis. So did Krishna and his companions and the Vedantists. So does Baba stress purity of heart. Today we shall see what the heart is, what the mind is. The mind has a dual function. The first function is that of thinking. The impressions that lie dormant have to be worked out, and so they appear as thoughts. The second function of the mind includes all feelings and emotions. That means the heart. So what is known as the heart is actually the second functioning of the mind itself. This means that the first functioning of the mind is not important as far as spending impressions is concerned. It is natural. But the second functioning of the mind, which is generally called the heart, is important because it is the seat of desires. And unless the heart is void of all desires and all feelings, unless the heart is pure and naked, God, who is your innermost self, cannot reveal himself. Is this clear?
Malcolm Schloss asked Baba, what about repressions? Not wishing to divert his talk, Baba replied to Malcolm,
do not ask this now.
Baba then continued,
God is your innermost self. That means that behind this limited body, you have within you energy and mind. You as you, the ego, are also there. You have this idea of yourself as body. You feel happy, depressed, hungry. But behind all this, there is something that cannot be gotten rid of, even if the body is not there. If both your hands or both your legs were to be cut off, you would still exist as you. That means you are not this body. Who then are you?
I am not the body. I am not the mind. I am not this. I am not that, I am nothing but a living lie of that truth that is me. And unless the lie is dead, the truth cannot be.
This you is your innermost self. We must find in our own self this important I. Who am I?
I am not the body. I am not the mind.
I might be energy, but when I do not move, do not act, when I am unconscious, energy does not manifest itself. Yet I still exist, so I am not energy. I might be mind, but the same applies here. When I am unconscious, in sound sleep, the mind is not functioning. But I still exist, so I am also not mind. Then who am I? I am that which is not body, not energy, not mind.
I am nothing but a living lie of that truth that is me. And unless the lie is dead.
In sound sleep, what do you experience? Nothing. That is you. Why? If I am not body, energy, mind, then I am that which has no body, energy, mind. And only sound sleep means that. What wakes you up from sound sleep? The impressions that lie on your mind. While spending old impressions, new impressions are formed, which also need spending. So ever new forms are taken according to good and bad impressions. Man, woman, beautiful, ugly, rich, poor, strong, weak, and so forth. Then comes the time when the impressions grow fainter and fainter, scarcer and scarcer. Eventually, they become so faint that they fade away completely. And when impressions are not there, mind's functioning is stopped. The heart is now naked and pure because there are no desires, no longings, no feelings, yet you are still there.
I am not the body. I am not the mind. I am not this. I am not that. I am nothing.
Then the I now experiences that state which is above mind. It experiences the original state of real I-ness. This ego is called the real ego. And just as with the false ego, Malcolm said, I am this body, or I am this energy, or I am this mind. Now Malcolm says, I am God. Only the pure in heart can see God. That is what Purdom asked about, what being pure in heart meant.
I am nothing but a living lie of that truth that is me. And unless the lie is dead, the truth cannot be.
Now about myself. When I was a boy, I did not know anything. I had nothing to do with spirituality. I preferred marbles, kites, cricket. But in all the games that I played, I found myself naturally the leader of others. Yet one day, when a friend gave me a small booklet on the Buddha, I opened the book to the place that told the second coming of the Buddha as Maitreya, the Lord of Mercy. And I realized all of a sudden, I am that, actually. And I felt it deep within me. Then I forgot all about it, and years passed by. Babajan called me one day as I was cycling past a tree, and she kissed me on the forehead, and for 9 months, God knows, I was in that state which very, very few go. I had no consciousness of my body or of anything else. I roamed about, taking no food. My mother thought I was mad. My father understood, but said nothing. I did not sleep because I was unconscious. And then what happened is very rare. It is only for avatars who can take upon themselves the suffering of the world. I used to bang my head on the floor to relieve my pain. It was as if the whole universe was on my head. I used to break windows open with my forehead. Then I was drawn to Sai Baba. Sai Baba directed me to Pasni Maharaj. He picked up a stone and hit me on the head. All at once I felt calm and I knew I was the Ancient One.
Baba then explained,
what is needed is to become, not only to see. You have to become what you already are. You are God, but you have to know how to become God. And Christ humiliated himself. God himself crucified himself to teach this. Through love, become what you already are.
At 10 a.m. Baba arrived at Meherabad, where he greeted each of us warmly and led us into the lounge. Erich and Mayurji followed with a phonograph and some records. Baba stated,
Kabir said, any music is the seventh shadow of that word. As soon as I break my silence, that first word will make your hearts vibrate.
Then music from Marian Anderson, Fritz Kreisler, Richard Crooks and Ima Sumac was played. While Ima Sumac was playing, Baba remarked,
as long as it goes to the highest and goes to the lowest, I like it. It reminds me of my original state. I feel happy.
Dana Field translated a song by Sumac as, I love only thee, I worship only thee, to thee only I surrender the key to my treasure. And Baba commented,
he who could do this would know me. This reminds me, when I drop this body, which will come about through violence, not one will be near me at that time. None of my lovers, none of my mandali, only those who would kill this body. The circumstances will be so created that in the confusion, Baba will not find one near him. Only afterward they will flock around. It is staring me in the face. It might happen before the end of the year. My breaking the silence, dropping the body, and all this. In the meeting, I will speak at length about this.
At the end of the record, Baba turned to Charles Purdom and asked,
Dear Charles, can anyone imagine how I am here and simultaneously everywhere? And I am being crucified every moment, and I would willingly die 1,000,000 deaths to make someone love our beloved God, who alone is worthy of our love.
Baba then ordered John Ballantyne and myself to sit completely still in his tomb for half an hour at midnight, with all the doors and windows closed, and with our eyes open, repeating his name inwardly. Baba walked up the hill this Sunday morning, again picking up stones and throwing them. When he arrived at the top, he smiled, but was suffering. Baba then turned to me and asked me what I had experienced, sitting in the tomb the previous night. After I attempted to explain how my heart pounded and of the immense difficulty I had in trying to carry out his orders, he said to me,
Do not be frightened. There is nothing to fear. Don't force your attention. Even if a snake comes, let it pass by. And love Baba during these half hours. Why this fear? Fear means no love. Do not fear. Love me. Let us have music. Indian music is all about love. Some of you may not like it, but I will explain it. This is a wonderful state of love. The lover is not concerned with the planes and the different states of consciousness. He is only concerned with God and how to love God. He arrives at a stage when this love fills his world, and the pangs of separation are so unbearable that he says, I now want to forget you, but the more I try, the more I remember you. This torture is unbearable.
Baba proceeded to give interpretations of the words sung in the different records.
Oh, you who love to talk of love, do you know the difficulties and hardships facing you? The Master tests you at every step on the path of love.
Baba asked us to say whether we liked the music. Nearly everyone said he liked it and was much moved by the music. I certainly was. He then said,
Don't talk to me about music. The first song I sang has brought the burden of all this universe upon me.
Malcolm asked Baba, does God enjoy illusion?
God, as God-man, enjoys illusion, but is free from it, for he governs illusion. All these are words, but words based on experience. You have that solace at least.
The records continued with Baba interpreting.
Remember, one who really loves God, God annihilates him. God mixes him with the dust.
The records continued and a recording of Begum Akhtar was played. Baba translated,
"O you who talk of loving God, you have to bow down to Him as though at every step, every particle of dust were a threshold to the Beloved."
The records concluded and Baba said to us,
"So today we talked of love and heard songs of love. Today we resolve that we must love God at any cost. And the most practical way to do it, I will tell you at the meeting."
On September 20th, Baba told us to meet him at Ahmednagar near Kushri quarters at 7 a.m. to set off for Sakori to visit the ashram of Upasni Maharaj. We stopped along the way at Rahuri, where Baba once had a must ashram, and hundreds of people were there to meet us. By 9:30 we had reached Sakori. Sakori is the ashram of Upasni Maharaj, one of Baba's masters.
What beauty unfolds to the eyes of those who stand at the threshold of Eden. Their longing has made them a meadow here, prepared for the King's returning. How the breeze that stirs the flowers by the path of all our yearning brings a shout from the heart for the world to hear. The King is at last returning. As the horses pass, all our grief and loss are cast to the dust as nothing. Darkness is past, daylight at last. The King is returning to Eden. How a stillness that rings like a chiming now pervades from the glen to the hillside. The breath of God is upon this place, bearing tidings.
Upasni settled there when it was cremation ground, but now it contained many buildings and many devotees, and the present head of the ashram, Godavari Mai. Baba insisted that we Westerners stay with him at all times, as there was quite a crowd pressing in. Baba told us, referring to Upasni,
"This old man was God incarnate. I said at my last visit here that I would not again stop in Sakori. But I remembered that he had once said that visitors would come here from other lands to do devotion. To fulfill this, I had to come and bring you dear ones here. Now my work here is finished. I am the Ancient One. When Upasni threw that stone at me, I knew I was the Ancient One."
Baba then paid homage to the tomb of Upasni Maharaj, and we, one after another, did the same under Baba's guidance, kneeling and kissing the stone. We then visited the nuns' dormitory, and Baba sat in a swing while a girl sang a song that Baba himself had composed in praise of Upasni Maharaj many years ago. While he was on the swing, Baba commented,
The swing is attributed to Krishna. His mother used to rock him as a child, and when he grew up, the gopis used to rock him. Now it is customary for avatars and perfect masters to be rocked in a swing.
And his face is like the green, green grass. His face is like the meadow in early spring. Hear him sing, the end is my beginning. And my heart is like the tall, tall grass that bows to the rains of heaven. Let the world know, tell every soul, the King is returning to Eden. Oh, what beauty unfolds to the eyes of those who stand.
Baba arrived and started this morning off by showing us how to play marbles. Then he began explaining about miracles and why he thought that from the spiritual point of view they are nothing but farce.
When Jesus said, I and my Father are one, he meant that he was God. God created this entire phenomenal universe. That is God's miracle and the miracle of Jesus. It means that innumerable beings were created by Jesus who die according to his will. It is supposed that Jesus' greatness is that he raised some few dead to life. How ridiculous that is, unless given some hidden meaning. It is supposed that he is the Savior because he raised a few dead and gave sight to the blind, creating insignificant illusions in the midst of his great illusion. He said, I am God, I am the Savior, I am everything. But they were not impressed by that. If he raised the dead, people are impressed, which would mean that they were impressed not by himself, but by his so-called miracles. Had Jesus not raised the dead, had he not performed the miracles, he would not have been crucified, and he wanted to be crucified. He performed the miracles to make certain of being crucified. Many miracles have been attributed to me, but I do not perform miracles. I do not attach importance to miracles. When people think miracles have been performed, their faith has done it. One miracle I will perform, and for that miracle the time is nigh. I have said that my miracle will be not to raise the dead, but to make one dead to himself, to live as God. I have repeatedly said, I will not give sight to the blind, but I will make them blind to the world in order to see God. To sum up, we have to feel in our heart of hearts that only God is real, that He alone exists, that He is in us all, that He alone is to be loved, God and God alone. I give everything and demand nothing in return. Love me like that, and Baba is your slave. Even if you can't do that, don't worry. As long as you are mine, you need not worry. You are mine. That is why I have drawn you such long distances.
On Wednesday, the 22nd, Baba arrived at 10:30 a.m. He did not walk up the hill today, and he appeared to be very strained and tired. He started the day by dictating on his board.
I used to say to the Mandali that in God's work, Maya always opposes. It is necessary. Just as illusion is necessary for the realization of God, so Maya's force in opposing God's work gives strength to the work. The greater the opposition from Maya, the better the result.
Baba then explained,
the meetings on the 29th and 30th will be the first and last meetings of their kind. As the day approaches for these meetings, the burden is lowering on my head, just as the clouds lower in the sky. In eternity, there is no time. Nothing has ever happened, and nothing ever will happen. There is no time factor. Billions of years ago, you were. Today, you are here. Ever afterwards, you will be. Today, all that is happening is not happening, though this does not appear to be so now. When one has experience of eternity, one knows that God is. To say that God was, is, and will be is wrong. All eternity is now present at this moment. So I say, God is. What happened yesterday has produced a temporary effect, but the actual happening of yesterday has stopped, which means that nothing happened yesterday. The temporary effect is illusion. So it goes on. God and illusion running parallel. Illusion says everything is happening. God says nothing happens. There will be no more explanations. I'll play marbles with you. I'm so full of humor and so human that it is difficult even for rishis and saints to know me as I am. I am at every level and act according to that level. With a child, I am a child. With the highest saints, I am one with them. It is my nature to be absolutely natural, even with beloved God, who is one with me and I with Him.
Baba then asked us if there were any other promised explanations he should keep. And Malcolm replied, to talk about repressions. He ended the session by turning to Malcolm and saying, repressions, Malcolm, you work it out for yourself. Let us play marbles. Before entering the village, Baba took us to the Duni, where many of his lovers from Arangayan had gathered.
You are born to every man will feel your love. Every man will feel your love, your love, your love, your love. You are born to every man will feel your love. Every man will feel your love, your love, your love, your love.
He lit the Duni, and the villagers, after singing Baba's Aarti, garlanded him.
Every man will feel your love, your love, your love, your love. Every age you come to us to instill your love in us, so that we may be true to the trust you repose in us. Love divine, so pure, always will endure the passage of time until you come again. And once more you are born to every man. Every man will feel your love. Every man will feel your love, your love, your love, your love.
The outpouring of devotion from the Arangayan villagers at the Dooney and next in the village was not just from their acceptance of him as the avatar of the age, Ram and Krishna come again, but also as the result of the great personal care Baba had taken of these villagers from the days he first entered Meherabad.
Just the same, you come back to play your game.
Baba now entered the village. His love had transformed.
Worthy of love, 'cause you are love. To thy love, all the stars above.
As children, so many of these people had been bathed, clothed, healed, educated and employed at the hands of the Avatar himself. This was the opportunity they had been waiting for, to embrace their beloved once again and return the love that lifted them out of poverty and ignorance.
You are born to every man.
As we walked with Baba through the lanes, he suddenly turned and moved swiftly down a narrow passageway into a large communal room. He went straight to an old woman, embraced her lovingly in a seemingly eternal moment, and then just as quickly rushed past me on his way out. The scene was timeless. The heart cry of the woman's longing was timeless, and the response of God's embrace and comfort amidst the earthen walls and dirt floor could have taken place in any advent of the God-man. Baba decided to give darshan in the trust compound in Ahmednagar, so that those who were not able to have his darshan in Wadia Park on the 12th could do so.
I give my life to you, you give me immortality. I give my consciousness to you, you give me omniscience. I give my energy to you, you give me omnipotence. I give my form to you, you give me omnipresence. You and I play the game of creative giving. You and I play the game of creative giving.
At one point, a woman placed an Indian coin on Baba's foot. Baba left it there. This was surprising, as Baba had not touched money for many years. Then he turned his foot and the coin fell off. Baba next covered it with gravel and with a very serious expression stared at where it was buried.
I give my time to you, you give me eternity. I give my possessions to you, you give me limitless abundance. I my love to you. You give me perpetual communion. You and I play the game of creative giving. You and I play the game of creative giving. You and I play the game of creative giving.
Compared to the teeming masses at the Wadia Park Darshan, this was a far more intimate affair, but the individual devotion was just as great. Even though the crowd was again too great for all to have Baba's darshan, he left promptly at 6 p.m. as arranged, radiantly riding out of the compound on the top of Sarosha's car. As he left, we expected that this would be the last time we would see Baba before the meetings on the 29th and 30th. But unexpectedly, Baba arrived the next morning, the 27th, at Mehrabad.
Listen to the wind song blowing free, song of the wind.
He explained that he did not want to come because he had a lot to tend to. But the women Mandali had presents for us and for our families. All quickly gathered in the West Room. Baba then distributed the gifts and photographs and said,
"To all you meet and see, give my love, the only thing worth receiving."
There is no doubt that for each of us there were special moments with beloved Baba, and one for me was when his eyes conveyed a haunting sadness, and this produced deep within me the words, "Here is one who is homeless, seeking only to be given a home in each heart." Then, for the final time, we all sat together quietly. Darwin Shaw described that moment. Baba sat there like a beautiful flower. Waves of love just flowed from him. The room became love's sanctuary. As the wind was sighing through the window high up the wall, it made a noise. Baba smiled and pointed to it. We nodded. No one wanted to break the enchantment of that quiet time. We were just silent and sat there. We were just completely melted away. It was so glorious.
Let the song of the wind ever remind you of my love. Let its soul-healing balm sigh through your being wherever you are. And know, beloved, that you are mine forever. And I've called you from the realm of illusion to caress you with love, love divine. Listen to the wind song blowing free, song of the wind.
On the morning of the 28th, it started raining, and rained heavily for 24 straight hours. This was the first day of the meetings, where he invited 1,000 Eastern men to attend Mehrabad to hear his final declaration. These wet conditions were very uncomfortable for everyone, especially Eastern men who had slept under tents. When Baba arrived in the morning, he addressed this drenched state of affairs by dictating this message, which was read out over the loudspeaker.
Last night, all the time I was thinking why the rain started, especially on the 28th when you were to arrive here. Because all these 28 days there was sunshine and all the programs went off cheerfully. The darshan program of the 12th September, the explanations to the Western group here, and another program at Sakori, and the program at Nagar on the 26th went off cheerfully. Then for the first time I asked myself whether I was the avatar. And the clear and definite answer was, yes, I am the Ancient One, the highest of the high. Then I asked Avatar Meher Baba, why this rain, this inconvenience to the lovers who have come all the way to meet you? Avatar Meher Baba replied, those who really love you would come with their heads in the palm of their hands, and this inconvenience would be a happiness to them.
Baba then embraced all 1,000 men, stating,
as I am going to drop my body soon, this is your last opportunity to embrace me. By God's will, may you all be worthy of my love and not sell me. Yet I never die. I am always the Ancient One. You should all remember that God alone is real and that all else is illusion. You are attending this meeting and hearing in precise detail and definite terms about these happenings will be worth it if all of you, or if some of you, or at least a few of you spread the message of my love to others.
The remainder of the day was filled in by Baba meeting groups of men from various parts of India. The next morning, the 30th, began cool and cloudy. Baba appeared at 9 a.m. and led the whole group up the hill. When we arrived at the top, Baba sat under a tree and we all rested while pictures were taken. Then Baba led us all through the gates of Upper Mehrabad and towards the tomb. And he explained that he wanted the assembly of men to see his tomb, his last resting place. As everyone gathered near his tomb, he told stories of early days and incidents that happened on the hill. Then we all returned back down the hill and entered the pandal. Then Baba left. Returning again at 2:40 p.m, he entered the pandal and walked onto the stage. At 3 p.m. precisely, and in complete silence, Erich read out Meher Baba's final declaration.
I am very happy to have you all here. I know that many of you have come to Meherabad under very difficult circumstances. Some of you have covered thousands of miles and even crossed continents to be at Meherabad today. It is your deep love for me that has braved all obstacles and prompted you to sacrifice your comforts and conveniences to honor my call and to be near me today. I am deeply touched by your devotion, and I am proud of the hearts that contain such love and loyalty. There are many more devoted hearts like yours yearning to be present here, but these are not to be seen in your midst today. I know that in spite of their intense desire to be near me, they could not possibly come for one reason or another. Therefore, they depend on you to convey to them in detail all that you see and hear during these 2 days of unique opportunity that has fallen to your lot. I trust you will not fail them. Although you are present here with all love and faith in me, and though you feel blessed to have my personal contact, yet I know that you will not realize today as you ought to the true significance of my call and your presence here at this juncture. Time alone will make most of you realize not many months from now the significant importance of this assembly. The time is fast approaching when all that I have repeatedly stressed from time to time will definitely come to pass. Most of you will witness those events and will recall very vividly all that transpires during these 2 days of your stay at Meherabad. I have not come to establish anything new. I have come to put life into the old. I have not come to establish retreats or ashrams. I create them for the purpose of my universal work, only to repeatedly dissolve them once that purpose has been served. The universe is my ashram, and every heart is my house. But I manifest only in those hearts in which all other than me ceases to live. When my universal religion of love is on the verge of fading into insignificance, I come to breathe life into it and to do away with the farce of dogmas that defile it in the name of religions and stifle it with ceremonies and rituals. The present universal confusion and unrest has filled the heart of man with greater lust for power and a greed for wealth and fame, bringing in its wake untold misery, hatred, jealousy, frustration, and fear. Suffering in the world is at its height in spite of all the striving to spread peace and prosperity, to bring about lasting happiness. For man to have a glimpse of lasting happiness, he has first to realize that God, being in all, knows all, that God alone acts and reacts through all. that God, in the guise of countless animate and inanimate entities, experiences the innumerably varied phenomena of suffering and happiness. Thus it is God who has brought suffering in human experience to its height, and God alone who will efface this illusory suffering and bring the illusory happiness to its height. Whether it manifests as creation or disappears into oneness of reality, whether it is experienced as existing and real or is perceived to be false and non-existent, illusion throughout is illusion. There is no end to it, just as there is no end to imagination. There are two aspects experienced in illusion: manyness and oneness. While manyness multiplies manyness, oneness goes on magnifying itself. Manyness is the religion of illusion on which illusion thrives. In the illusory beginning of time, there was no such state of mess in illusion as there is today. When the evolution of consciousness began, there was oneness in spite of the diversity in illusion. With the growth of consciousness, manyness also went on increasing, until now it is about to overlap the limit. Like the wave that reaches its crest, this height of manyness will dissolve itself and bring about the beginning of oneness in illusion. Suffering at its height will cause the destruction of this climax of manyness in illusion. The time has come for the preordained destruction of multiple separateness, which keeps man from experiencing the feeling of unity and brotherhood. This destruction, which will take place very soon, will cause 3/4 of the world to be destroyed. The remaining 1/4 will be brought together to live a life of concord and mutual understanding, thus establishing a feeling of oneness in all fellow beings, leading them toward lasting happiness. Before I break my silence, or immediately after it, 3/4 of the world will be destroyed. I shall speak soon to fulfill all that is shortly to come to pass. To affirm religious faiths, to establish societies, or to hold conferences will never bring about the feeling of unity and oneness in the life of mankind, now completely absorbed in the manyness of illusion. Unity in the midst of diversity can be made to be felt only by touching the very core of the heart. This is the work for which I have come. I have come to sow the seed of love in your hearts, so that, in spite of all superficial diversity which your life in illusion must experience and endure, the feeling of oneness through love is brought about amongst all the nations, creeds, sects, and castes of the world. In order to bring this about, I am preparing to break my silence. When I break my silence, it will not be to fill your ears with spiritual lectures. I shall speak only one word, and this word will penetrate the hearts of all men and make even the sinner feel that he is meant to be a saint, while the saint will know that God is in the sinner as much as he is in himself. When I speak the word, I shall lay the foundation for that which is to take place during the next 700 years. When I come again after 700 years, the evolution of consciousness will have reached such an apex that materialistic tendencies will be automatically transmuted into spiritual longing, and the feeling of equality in spiritual brotherhood will prevail. This means that opulence and poverty, literacy and illiteracy, jealousy and hatred, which are in evidence today in their full measure, will then be dissolved through the feelings of the oneness of all men. Prosperity and happiness will then be at their zenith. This does not mean that oneness in illusion shall remain so eternally. This is because all this that is illusion. The consciousness of oneness as well as manyness in illusion is part of the process of evolution. The time is bound to recur when there will be again the same beginning, growth and culmination of the heights of manyness and oneness in illusion. My next advent after I drop this body will be after 700 years, and that will mark the end and the beginning of a cycle of cycles. All cycles of time in illusion end and begin after 700 to 1400 years. There have been and will be millions and billions of such cycles in a cycle of cycles. Thus, there is no end to illusion, which always remains illusion. Age after age, I come amidst mankind to maintain my creation of illusion, thereby also awakening humanity to become aware of it. The framework of illusion is always one and the same, but the designs in illusion are innumerable and ever-changing. My advent is not to destroy illusion, because illusion as it is absolutely nothing. I come to make you become aware of the nothingness of illusion. Through you, I automatically maintain illusion, which is nothing but the shadow of my infinite self. And through me, you automatically discard illusion when you are made aware of its falseness. My manifestation as the avatar of the time will be of short duration. This short period will, in quick succession, cover my humiliation, the breaking of my silence, my glorification, and my violent physical end. Everlastingly, with all the divine bliss within me, I eternally suffer for one and all. Thus, I am crucified eternally and continually for all. During this short period, my word of words will touch the hearts of all mankind, and spontaneously this divine touch will instill in man the feeling of the oneness of all fellow beings. Gradually, in the course of the next 700 years, this feeling will supersede the tendency of separateness and rule over the hearts of all, driving away hatred, jealousy and greed that breed suffering, and happiness will reign.
Up until these 3 weeks in India, I no doubt accepted Baba intellectually as the Christ, and although there was fervour, there was not the depth of attachment to the body of the avatar until my meeting him in 1954. The magic quality of those days in 1954, the sharp mornings and soft evenings, the indefinable quality of the atmosphere of Meherabad, in which the ordinary became extraordinary. That atmosphere, heightened immeasurably by the physical presence of Baba, pressed around me, palpable, warm, comforting, supportive, containing so much that I was at home, to the exclusion of any other home in the world. It is now 50 years later, and still that time is vivid in memory and experience. It constantly reminds me to turn to him, allowing the heart to respond to his truth and beauty, and thus replacing, submerging the clamours of the mind and its jumbled sanskaras. To do this, I remind myself to constantly feed the heart from the source of love, beloved Meher Baba. Love conquers all. Love alone prevails.
We have waited all night for you, but now the dawn is come. From distant places we came, there can be no returning home. We know it is morning because of the dawn's cool fingers upon our hot eyelids, and we can hear her sweet singer. We cannot be sure now whether it was our own yearning that expected you or you promised. It matters not in this burning. Neither have we your brightness, nor will we behold the new day. We lost our eyes in the darkness and are adrift on tears' waves wave. Blind witless wretches whose song the wind carries with the seagull's cry. Bold fellows brave enough to leave home, but not daring enough to die. Still we are wrapped in a glory to all other men denied. We once touched the hem of your dress. This is our spirit's pride. Is it to us that somewhere this world's sun will presently rise? Sometime this darkness of nowhere will be lit by the light of your eyes. What is it to us that somewhere the world's sun will presently rise? Sometime this darkness of nowhere will be lit by the light of your We have waited all night for you, but now the dawn is come.
Every 700 to 1400 years, something beyond imagination happens in the universe. It is the return of the Avatar, infinite God, who is without name or form, who has no second ever, the same one who created all the universes of mind, energy, and matter, comes into his creation to do what no one can do. According to Avatar Meher Baba, he comes first to oversee the unfoldment of his divine plan, almost all of which is outside the range of our knowledge. This plan is the divine mystery, since the limited human intellect is incapable of knowing everything and cannot fathom how he does his universal work. So he comes to do what he alone can do. For the individual, he gives liberation to those who are ready. For the general humanity, he becomes a gauge against which each person can measure what he is and what he can become. Because he sees himself everywhere, he knows everything, and is always closer to each person than their own breath. Meher Baba disclosed that history records some of his past advents on earth as Zoroaster, Abraham, Krishna, Buddha, Jesus, and the Prophet Muhammad. Now he states he is here again as Meher Baba. He reveals that he will continue to come eternally whenever the force of the love and truth of his previous advent diminishes and humanity once again longs for his return. Whether he is called the highest of the high, the master of masters, the supreme lover, or the matchless beloved, whether he is known as the Redeemer, the Messiah, the Prophet, or the Avatar, he is always the same infinite one, nameless and formless, even when he comes in human form in certain ages. At first, only a few know who he is, but eventually the whole world comes to realize that something beyond imagination happened in the world. The Avatar has returned.
The preserver and protector of all. You are without beginning and without end, non-dual, beyond comparison, and none can measure you. There is no creature which is not destined for the supreme goal, as there is no river that is not winding its way to the sea. Today I bow down to these poor from Arangown. They are very poor, but they have great love for me. I have sent them word to obey me today, and let me serve and worship them in my own way. By loving and serving the least of mine, you are loving and serving me. to see me washing their feet. And wiping them dry. And when I put my forehead to their feet, and give them 4 rupees each as a gift, I am the poorest of the poor. I say that and really am that, emperor and beggar at one and the same time. Feed me, clothe me, and tend me in the poor. I will bow down to the saints whom I adore, the musts whom I worship, and the poor to whom I am wholeheartedly devoted. Nothing makes me more happy than to bow down to God in all these forms. Saint and sinner, high and low, rich and poor, healthy and sick, man and woman, young and old, beautiful and ugly, all are equal in my eyes. It is neither for show or as an expression of humility. I do it for my love for humanity. I like bowing down to people rather than being bowed down to. To serve and worship God all around me is most at my heart. The time has come. I repeat the call and bid all come unto me. I am equally approachable to one and all, big and small, to saints who rise and sinners who fall, through all the various paths that give the divine call. I am approachable alike to saint whom I adore, and to sinners who I am for, and equally through Sufism, Vedantism, Christianity, or Zoroastrianism, and Buddhism, and other isms of any kind, and also directly through no medium of ism at all. Just as there are masters and instructors to guide you along the path of your studies, so there are perfect masters who can guide you along the path of the Spirit to the glorious destination of Godhood. Few have the good fortune to meet and follow such a spiritual guide. When you do, you must earn His grace and be worthy of His love. The whole of life is like playing a game of hide and seek, in which you must find your real self. I am expert in playing marbles. Ages ago, when I woke up, I began to play marbles with the universe. I enjoy games, chiefly cricket, playing marbles, flying kites, and also listening to music. I am a child whose playground is the universe. All beings and things are my toys in my divine game. Compared to my being and power, all are inanimate toys, but they are toys which I inspire with my life-giving love. All are equally me, and I reside in each always. Be brave, be happy. I and you are all one, and the infinite that eternally belongs to me will one day belong to every individual. Wherever I am, wherever you are, I am always with you. If you think I am this body, you have yet to see me as I really am.
How can one fathom your fathomless being? How can we know you? We see with crossed eyes.
I am never silent. I speak eternally. The voice that is heard deep within the soul is my voice. The voice of inspiration, of intuition, of guidance. Through those who are receptive to this voice, I speak. My outward silence is no spiritual exercise. It has been undertaken and maintained solely for the good of others. I perform no miracles and will perform none until I manifest on breaking my silence. Then I will perform the one miracle, whose greatness and glory you cannot even imagine. I won't raise the dead, but I will make those who live for the world dead to the world and live in God. I won't give sight to the blind, but will make people blind to illusion and see God as reality. I am not limited by this form. I use it like a garment to make myself visible to you, and I communicate with you. Don't try to understand me. My depth is unfathomable. Just love me. I eternally enjoy the Christ state of consciousness, and when I speak, I shall manifest my true self, besides giving a general push to the whole world. I shall lead all those who come to me toward light and truth. The word I shall speak will go to the world as from God, not as from a philosopher. It will go straight to its heart, This much I can say now, that soon God will make me break my silence, and then it will mean God manifesting himself, and within a short period, humiliation and glorification will come, and then will follow my violent physical death. I will come back again after 700 years. This I can say now. God has been everlastingly working in silence, unobserved, unheard, except by those who experience his infinite silence. God is for those who are not for themselves. Except God, all things are like a passing show. God is never changing. All else is ever changing. The perennial spring of imperishable sweetness is in everyone. None should hesitate to come to me and embrace me with love. I have only love to give, and all I want is love. I want every one of you to make me yours, as you already are eternally mine. Don't lose heart, but keep me in your heart, and remember, I am always with you. After several lives of search, purification, service, and self-sacrifice, a soul has the good fortune to meet and get connected with a God-realized master. With every advent of the Avatar on Earth, the 12 men of the inner circle gather around the personality of the Avatar. I and those who accompany me on a must trip keep moving night and day for weeks at a time, without regular meals, and only rarely do we rest for a night. I love these lovers of God. They are so blissfully indifferent to their bodily needs. Musts are God-intoxicated souls. They see me and know me as none of you do. When the internal eye is opened, God, who is the object of search and longing, is actually sighted. Musts and saints of the higher planes are completely desireless and immersed in the joy of God intoxication. Since their only concern is God, they become recipients of the unique happiness which is characteristic of the God state. Owing to the exuberance of the uncontrollable joy in their inward contact with the Divine Beloved, they are utterly heedless of worldly standards or values. The Must Azim Baba said, "You are Allah. You brought forth the creation, and once in 1,000 years, you come down to see the play of what you have created. I am the mother of the musts. If God were not there, there would be no musts. They are also like parts of my body. Some are nose, ears, and eyes for me. I am helpful to them, and they are helpful to me. The musts alone know how they love me, and I alone know how I love them. I work for the musts, and knowingly or unknowingly, they work for me. They are unattached to everything except God, and remain unaffected by the pleasures and pains to which worldly persons are subject. They are happy because they are always face to face with the divine beloved, who is the very source of happiness.
If I were to go to the deepest, darkest place, or rise to the splendors of paradise, if I had passed away, dreams come true, it would all be empty without
They are no ordinary mortals, but true lovers of God, who have lost themselves in His love and attained the state of saints.
It is told you are old, ancient before time. Yet it's true that none is any younger than you. Birthless and deathless through the endless air, hidden behind your veil of
Through unfathomable ways I lead you to liberation. My continuous experience is that I am in everyone and everything. With a child, I am a child. With the highest saints, I am one with them. It is my nature to be absolutely natural, even with beloved God, who is one with me, and I with Him. I am the Lord of love, and the slave of those who really love me. The state of this perfect lover of God is indescribable. Their hearts directly experience the inner truths beyond the gross sphere. The lover's union with the beloved is beyond the realm of understanding. They have no beloved except God, and they have no longing except for God. An initiate pilgrim upon meeting Baba cried, "Here no one knows you. I have seen you and recognized you as the true avatar of Vishnu. Pray you remember me also." The saints are like the nerves of my body. They work for me, and I guide their lives. One of the cars got stuck in the sand of the riverbed. Spare tires and tubes had to be fitted under the scorching heat of the sun. Baba's work seemed to depend on his being able to travel with his men in one vehicle for 15 days without rest or sleep, and in contacting 56 advanced souls, musts, Marzoubs, and saints. These experiences of difficulties and trials became sweet in memory. My present avataric form is the last incarnation of this cycle of time. Hence my manifestation will be the greatest. When I break my silence, the impact of my love will be universal, and all life in creation will know, feel, and receive of it. These are my dear children. Circumstances do not affect him. People call him mad, and may make him suffer untold hardship. But his life's desire is to see God. I veil myself from man by his own curtain of ignorance, and manifest my glory to a few. Brahmananji Must said, "Behold how devoted love draws the Lord Krishna to me." He doesn't wear anything. He doesn't beg for food or anything. He doesn't ask for anything. He doesn't want anything. Even if you want to give him something, he won't take it. My love for the Musts is similar in many ways to that shown by a mother who continues to look lovingly after her children, regardless of their behavior. Rarely do we rest for a night. See that a Must is amiable for contact. Avoid any action that might upset him. You will both have to use your own resources. The soul sees wonderful things and gets enchanted.
Reveal yourself, your own infinite being.
He sees, but not with physical eyes. Mind speaks with mind, and there is neither worry nor doubt. Everything is 1,000,000,000 times brighter than the sun, and 1,000,000 times colder than the moon. Absorbed in bliss, he can know everything, what anyone in any part of the globe is thinking or doing. He is happy. He is like a child, but he knows. He is conscious that all this is nothing but illusion. cosmos is a dream. God alone is real.
If I had passed through the eclipse of two, it would all be empty without you.
I would know him truly rich, who owning nothing possesses the priceless treasure of his love for God. His is the poverty that kings could envy, that makes even the King of Kings his slave. I have come down from the highest to your level. The one and only God who resides equally in us all is approachable by each one of us through love. I am the only one who loves everyone. To love those whom you cannot love is to love me as I should be loved. No clothes. He doesn't feel cold. In winter also he is in the same position. He sits there. Even when it is raining, in the summer also, day or night, he is to be found in the same position, same place. The pilgrim sees God directly and clearly as an ordinary person sees the different things of the world. Yet he doesn't become one with God, the infinite. One of the most difficult things for a must is to come out of the self-sufficiency of his state. Just as a must becomes completely indifferent to his own body, he can also become indifferent to the physical or spiritual condition of others. Only the master can draw him out of the isolation of his own choice. The master has a direct and unerring insight into the exact working of the minds of musts. In spite of having attained a high spiritual status, many musts on the inner planes need real guidance and help from a perfect master. Some musts are completely stupefied by an entry into a new plane of consciousness. They cannot find their bearings in the midst of their new environment, new duties and new powers. They insist on having the experience of the bliss they find in certain things, which your eyes cannot penetrate, nor your mind understand. If he were to abuse you or curse you for thus disturbing him in the enjoyment of his ecstasy, the cursed one would be doomed for life. It is simply because of me that he cannot do this, and you are saved. Even if they cannot hurt you for my sake, it reacts on them and hurts them to suffer, which I do not like. They feel happy in my presence. When God is found, you have no idea what infinite bliss and peace is experienced. God realization is the very goal of all creation. When a person attains God realization, he has infinite power, knowledge, and bliss. told Meher Baba's disciple Kaka, "You will see what will come to pass, and one day you will know who he really is." Some musts get stuck on the inner planes. Baba goes there and serves him. He presses his feet and then caresses him. He sits near him and he feels very delighted, very happy. The Master can, because of his perfect love and universality of appeal, immediately establish understanding with all types of musts. He enters into the lives of musts as a liberator. God does not read what your pen writes. He hears what your heart sings. The must from Hardwar said, "We play with you, we speak with you, we take food with you, and we make jokes with you in our ignorance." A woman must, meeting Baba, said, "King, King of Kings." The eyes of man see things that are not worth seeing, and that which is real is not seen by the physical eyes. An aged saint was roused from sleep to see Baba. He said, "In the darkness of the night, I see the light of God." If you have the humility of the earth that can be molded into any shape, then you will know me. The God-mad has a clean, pure mind. Greed, anger, avarice, and lust do not exist, since the minds of the God-mad and God-intoxicated are always turned toward God. Dirtiness does not affect their health, because the mind is not attached to the body. Stationed on the inner planes, which are free from the handicaps and limitations of the gross world, a must can be in contact with a far greater number of souls than is possible for an ordinary person. No system or principle exists for him. He won't mind being ridiculed. Even if people call him mad, he does not mind. Those who are bound to God are not bound by anything else. If someone were to ask me what makes me happiest, my reply would be embracing a must. No secrecy is observed. trust is found in a room, a street, or a market, anyone present can see it. The only miracle of a perfect one is to make others perfect too. Otherwise, miracles have nothing to do with the truth at all. It is not given to everybody to be a lover of God. Such lovers are so consumed in the fire of love that they are not conscious of their stage of spiritual progress. Advanced aspirants not only participate in some of the privileges of the divine state, but also wield great powers. Muhammad is always going out to find something on which to fix his gaze. They do not see in these their external form or appearance. They see God's divinity in these. He would call Baba Dada. He would say, Dada is God. Dada is Master. Everything depends on Dada's will. Dada is the Master of mercy. Nothing makes me so happy than the sight of these real heroes, the musts. That is why I have them here, serving them myself. After being perfected, they become perfect vehicles of the expression of the divine will to carry on God's plan on earth. God realization is the very goal of all creation. All earthly pleasure, howsoever great, is but a fleeting shadow of the eternal bliss of God realization. All mundane knowledge, howsoever comprehensive, is but a distorted reflection of the absolute truth of God realization. All human might, howsoever imposing, is but a fragment of the absolute power of God realization. My existence is for this love and truth, and to suffering humanity I say, have hope. I have come to help you in winning the one victory of all victories, to win yourself. Through ages of darkness and suffering, mankind awaits me and my truth. I and the truth which I bring are inseparable, one from the other. I bring the greatest treasure which it is possible for man to receive. A treasure which includes all other treasures, which will endure forever, which increases when shared with others. There's a bird of paradise which is said never to come to earth. God is like the bird of paradise. God cannot be explained, but if I should wish it, in a split second you would see God and you would know. He told Baba's disciple, "Tell Baba to bless me. I'm just an ordinary saint. He's a big sun, and I'm just a flame. Tell him to bless me." I am for the selected few who, scattered amongst the crowd, silently surrender their all. I too am old, older than the earth. For ages past I have been telling people to leave all and come to me. There is no law higher than love, and there is no goal beyond love. God and love are identical. No one understands me until they understand me as infinite love. There are only 5 perfect masters, and these 5 bring me down to this earth. Those 5 hold the key to all of creation, which contains an infinite number of universes. It is because of the 5 perfect masters that I appear here. I never come of my own wish. They fetch me down. I am made of all the attributes of all 5 of these masters. The 5 perfect masters are the 5 persons of their age, who after achieving God realization also come down to the ordinary normal consciousness of man. From the beginning of all beginnings, I have been saying, I say it now, and to the end of ends, I will say it, that he who loves God becomes God. When God manifests on earth in the form of man and reveals his divinity to mankind, he is recognized as the Avatar, the Messiah, the Prophet.
I'm with you once more under the stars.
When I was a boy, I preferred marbles, kites, cricket. I had nothing to do with spirituality. My father was a great seeker, but he couldn't find. He wanted to die. A divine voice spoke and he listened. Your son. It is your son who will attain it. And through your son, you. When the 5 perfect masters bring me down, they draw a veil over me. Baba Jan was one of them. It is said she was 122 years old. She lived most of the time under a neem tree in Pune, staying there regardless of sun, rain or cold. She beckoned. I got down from my bicycle. She kissed me on the forehead. That very moment, everything disappeared, vanished. I found myself infinite. She made me realize in a flash my most original state of being the Ancient One. The infinite bliss of my self-realization was, is, and will remain continuous. Baba Jan gave me divine bliss. Sai Baba gave me divine power. Upasni Maharaj gave me divine knowledge.
What heaven we're in.
No one requires an introduction to me, for no one is a stranger to me. Many times in previous lives they have been introduced to me and have gone away and forgotten me and met me again.
And now when I hear people curse the chance that was wasted, I know but too well what they mean. To live it again is past all endeavor.
God does not listen to the language of the tongue. He does not listen to the language of the mind. He listens to the language of the heart. I love children. All else may fail. Love never fails. The world is a kindergarten and school necessary for the spiritual lessons man must learn through countless lives of experiencing the opposites, such as pain and pleasure, joy and suffering, good and bad, wealth and poverty. It is only through slow and gradual stages that man truly begins to grow up and discover his true self. and to relinquish the childish playthings of hate, greed, and anger.
What moments divine, what rapture serene, till clouds came along to disperse the joys we had tasted.
In the divine scales, vice and virtue are necessary experiences man goes through before attaining the supreme balance of self-realization, which is beyond all opposites, good and bad. Many miracles have been attributed to me. When people think miracles have been performed, their faith has done it. Although I do not perform miracles, I shall give anything to whomsoever asks from the bottom of his heart.
I'm with you once more under the stars.
When you become one with God, the bliss that you experience is eternal, infinite. There is no break in that bliss. It is continual. And then you can make others happy. You get the authority to make others happy. You have not to renounce the world. You can lead a family life, be in the world, do your work or business, attend your services, attend theaters, parties, everything, but always do one thing. Try to make others happy, even at the cost of your own happiness. I draw you ever closer to me by giving you frequent occasions of my companionship. But familiarity often makes you forget that I am God. I know all that happens and will happen. I give not what people want, but what they need. I appear to be gay, cheerful, playful, but you have no idea of my divinity, of my all-pervading state. Pure, real love longs to give and does not ask for anything in return. Love can belong to all, high and low, rich and poor. Nothing can house the Ancient One that does not house love. If, instead of erecting churches, fire temples, mandirs, and mosques, people were to establish the house of God in their hearts, for the beloved God to dwell in supreme, then my work will have been done. if instead of mechanically performing ceremonies and rituals because of age-old customs, people were to serve their fellow beings with the selflessness of love, taking God to be equally residing in one and all, and knowing by so serving others they are serving me, my work will have been fulfilled. God may be compared to the sandalwood. It continually emits a sweet scent in all directions, though only those who take the trouble to go near it have the benefit of its charming fragrance. To draw you to me and to make you realize you are bliss itself, I come amongst you and suffer infinite agony. In me I am free, but in you I feel bound. According to the law that governs the universe, all suffering is your labor of love to unveil your real self. An ordinary man suffers for himself. Masters suffer for humanity, and the Avatar suffers for one and all beings and things. God is not far from the seeker, nor is it impossible to see him. He is like the sun, which is shining right above you. It is you who have held over your head the umbrella of your variegated mental impressions. You have only to remove the umbrella, and the sun is there for you to see. It does not have to be brought there from anywhere. But such a tiny and trivial thing as an umbrella can deprive you of the sight of such a stupendous fact as the sun. My bliss and my infinite sense of humor sustain me in my suffering. The amusing incidents that arise at the expense of none lighten my burden. I have taken on the form of man to take on the suffering of man. In this apparent helplessness, I declare anew that everything except God is illusion. I knowingly suffer through you to make you free from bindings. Creation is really a mighty joke, but the laugh is at my own expense. And now the jest is proving a burden on my chest. The life of everything and everyone is an open book to me. It is like a film show that I enjoy at my own cost. Do not search for God outside of you. God can only be found within you. There cannot be anything hidden from the one who is everywhere present. In feeding them, I feed myself. The greatest act of devotion and worship to God is not to hurt or harm any of His beings. I belong to no religion. Every religion belongs to me. How many Christians follow Christ's teaching to turn the other cheek or to love thy neighbor as thyself? How many Muslims follow Muhammad's precept to hold God above everything else? How many Hindus bear the torch of righteousness at all costs? How many Buddhists live the life of pure compassion expounded by Buddha? How many Zoroastrians think truly, speak truly, act truly? He who seeks my pleasure finds the divine treasure.
There once was a grand fisherman a-sailing on the sea. He caught 1,000,000 fish in his net, and then he set them free, saying, "The time has come, I repeat the call, and bid all to come unto me." His net was made of divine love, so the fishes became men. They suffered through many lifetimes till the fisherman came again, saying, "Do your best and leave to me the rest. I am the ancient one, leave to me the rest." He reeled each one gently toward his sailing ship each day. Some fought him so fiercely, and others turned away, but he patiently pulled in each line, saying tenderly, "If you have the peace of a frozen lake, then you will realize me." There once was a grand fisherman a-sailing on the sea. He caught 1,000,000 men in his net, and then he set them free, saying, "The time has come, I repeat the call, and bid all to come unto me, to come unto me, to come unto me."
I have come down from the highest to your level. So take me to be yours, and naturally, automatically, you become mine. There will be a time when every individual gets freed. As one who showers his spiritual bounty on all in measureless abundance, he is the Lord of the universe, and is one who continuously bears the burden of all and helps them through numberless difficulties. He is the servant of the universe. The love which he gives or receives goes to free the soul from ignorance. In giving love, he gives to himself in other forms, which is continuously being showered on all without distinctions. ocean of love. Those who do not have it, catch it from those who have it.
He caught 1,000,000 men in his net, and then he set them free.
Although all of you regard yourselves as belonging to different nationalities, to me you are all one. If you want such things as health, wealth, children, and other material things, then don't come to me. But if you want to see God and become one with God, the only solution is to catch hold of the hem of my garment. Now is the time for all to understand that I am God in human form. It is a fact that I have come amongst you. One day the whole world will come to realize how I have come, where I have come from, and the purpose of my coming.
I am the ocean where all have begun. I am beloved sublime. I am the ocean where all finally come. I am the one beyond time. For I am the one who made heaven and earth, planets and stars up above. I am the treasure of infinite worth. I am the ocean of love. I am the ocean of limitless joy, infinite consciousness too. I am the music that never will cloy. I am the ocean in you. I am the ocean of unending peace, limitless hearing and sight. You from your chains I have come to release into the ocean of light. For I am the ocean of unbroken calm, infinite bliss I am too. I've been called Jesus and Buddha and Ram, and now Meher Baba by you. And now Meher Baba by you.
Distance means nothing to me. Time and space are no barriers for me. I will be with you wherever you are.
For I am the one who made heaven and earth, planets and stars up above. I am the treasure of infinite worth. I am the ocean of love. I am the ocean of love.
Near Ahmednagar at Meher Azad lives Meher Baba, known to his countless followers all over the world as an avatar or God incarnate. Meher Baba has completed 43 years of silence. Of late, his public appearances have been few and far between. At a specially arranged television interview with Louis van Gastern, a famous Dutch filmmaker, Meher Baba explains. The aim of life is to love God. The goal of life is to become one with God. And to realize God, one must love. Lepers are beautiful souls in ugly cages, says Meher Baba. His love for humanity is ungrudging and limitless. These miserable ones afflicted with leprosy find solace in Baba's touch. By bowing down to the lepers, I am bowing down to myself. I am in them. I am everything and everyone, Baba declares. Meher Baba lives in silent seclusion. Today, however, Baba has agreed to give darshan to his numerous devotees who come from different parts of the world. Baba says that very soon he will end his self-imposed silence, and then the world will come to know what God is.
Namo
Upavadika, the preserver and protector of all. Without beginning are you, Lord, without end. None you beyond compare, and none can measure you. Without color, expression of form, nor attributes to name. You are unlimited, and none can plumb your bed. Imperishable, beyond conception by our minds. None can divide you, oh God, you are eternal. None can see you but with eyes divine. Everything and beyond, in the firmament above and in the deep, on all the seven plains and far beyond, in all that's hidden to our eyes, in all we see. Beyond the Trinity of worlds and in them all, you cannot be perceived, or no one shall defend. Upavardika, preserve, protect us all. Without beginning are you, Lord, without end. Infinitely knowing, we can but tell. The knower of the past, the present and future, crowning even this, your knowledge itself. All merciful benevolence eternal. You are the Trinity of knowledge, truth, and bliss. You are the source of truth, the one with infinite attributes. You are the ocean of love we sorely miss. be God, the preserver and protector of all. Without beginning are you, Lord, without end. You are named Isaac, the only one worthy of worship. We sing the universal prayer to you, amen. Avatar Mehababa, PJ. Avatar Mehababa, PJ. Avatar Mehababa, PJ.
Oceans wide, I'll lead you through the hurricane. Stay by my side. Together we can do it. But first you've gotta give yourself to me. Baby, don't give in 'cause we'll get through it. Let me lead the way, lead the way. Let's do it then. I can lead you, darling, through the darkest night. And baby, just remember you're not alone, 'cause I will always be there. I can take you home. So take my hand and follow me.
Aren't these beautiful? Yes, we love this stuff. Jada too.
But really, she's a charming person and full of, full of life, the bee.
Wasn't there a time when she could only sleep on a waterbed for so long?
She has to be on a special mattress because she gets a bed sore, from lying down. It's a major ordeal. It's a major.
Was there an ordinary mattress?
A foam rubber mattress?
She has her own. She has her own.
It would fit on any bed?
Yeah. It's single size.
Gotcha.
Yeah, So those kind of things could all be worked out. And believe me, I would never suggest her coming to us. I wouldn't.
It's in Baba's hands.
Yeah.
He makes all these things happen, as you say.
Yeah.
Her longing must be such that
Yeah.
then, and as Gover says, when Dr. N is here and everything turned out in the right direction, then he was fulfilled along.
Yeah. And I know she could get around in every place.
She has her own team, like two people.
Yeah.
Mabel is there.
Yeah. So I haven't even told her about any of this yet because I want to see Jerry or Lee or something. But I've forgotten about the trains from Bombay. That would be the easiest thing.
Carrie. Carrie. I keep calling her Carrie, I don't know why.
Carrie, who used to work at the center?
Carrie Harbour.
Carrie Bills. I wasn't even aware of calling her. I was just saying.
Maybe this is a joke between the two.
Charlotte.
Charlotte.
I've always called her Charlotte very fast.
You call her
And when somebody said Charlotte, I said, who?
So Charlotte carries.
Charlotte, I've always called her Charlotte.
You stop at the railroad tracks and then go over.
See the birds drinking water over there? You know, we call it Mira's season after she went to Baba. Oh, look. Oh, can you get that?
Woodpecker.
Can you get that? That's the hoopoe. Oh, just this morning I said I haven't seen the hoopoe for some time. That's the striped bird, that royal looking bird with the long beak. There.
Yeah.
Isn't it beautiful? You know, have you read The Conference of the Birds?
Mm-hmm.
He's in that. That's the bird in The Conference of the Birds. There's the crown and the stripe on the wings, and it walks regally like with a cape on. Oh, he's so beautiful. I love him. You made me forget my story, totally.
Season of Mara or something.
Yeah, so after Mara went to Baba, I mean, she must have put in a word for her garden and for us, because such lovely rains we've had after years of drought and the water level down so deep that our wells and all are just drying up. And then after Mara went, we had this beautiful rainfall, and overnight the trees seemed to grow up, shoot up, and the flowers just plentiful. And wildflowers, we haven't seen wildflowers in such carpets for a long time. And streams bubbling around Seclusion Hill, right there. So when I went for the walk once, Meru persuaded me at last to go. And it's so lovely. So we call it Mera's season now.
Mummy, Peter just told me a very interesting thing. He said that, remember how you were talking about Baba's hand on the tree?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
Baba's face, that was the tree it appeared on. Well, now one of the things that's very prevalent in the West is people dealing with alcoholism and addictions. And Alcoholics Anonymous is a very, very big and very supported group in the States now. And Peter just told me that it was founded by a very small group of people who met in this hotel in New York in the early 30s, the same time Baba was staying in that hotel.
Really?
This is what somebody told me the other day.
Baba was where?
In New York.
Yeah. Oh, that Dalmanica thing?
Well, in
Yeah.
the early 30s, no.
In the early 30s?
Yeah, the night. See,
That's
they
right.
were staying in this hotel,
Uh-huh.
and they came up with, I'm not too familiar with it, but it's either a 12 or a 14 point program, steps.
It's 12.
12, and the first two steps. Step one is to admit I have a problem. Step two is that I need the help, or that I can't handle it alone. I need the help of a higher power. They kind of left it non-denominational. The higher power does not have to be God. It doesn't have to be anything. It could be a tree. It can be a rock.
Oh,
But-
I see.
But I cannot do it. I need help from a higher
A greater
power,
force.
Greater
And
force.
to relate it to even inanimate living things.
Whatever
like
you
that.
want to relate
It's
it to.
whatever you want to relate it
Whatever
to.
you want
That's
to relate it to.
very interesting.
And so the night that they were in the hotel, they had this inspiration. Baba was staying in that hotel that very night.
And it's,
And
as I was saying, it's very much like a Baba meeting. I mean, their
Yes.
meetings have that kind of
That's
feel.
right.
I mean, one of the reasons,
But you know, that's interesting, because now when I think of it, how Baba, when sometimes he'll be walking up the hill at Mehrabad or somewhere, and Baba's the speed, without haste, or, but he was stride, so, and in the middle, without slowing down, he would bend down, pick up stone, throw it, and keep walking. This was part of his walk. Or he would suddenly pick up a stone, hold it in his hand for a while, and then fling it somewhere. We knew it meant something, but we were not so keen to know. We had Baba, we had everything. But that too. with inanimate things like stone. And sometimes we would pick up a twig. I still have a twig that we picked up in Maharashtra that looks like a dragon, you know? Things like that. And the story of how Baba in 1932.
Okay.
Yeah. And you know how that happened? You see, they were all standing around Baba. This is from where Elizabeth told us. And this was very early. I think it was Harmon on the Hudson. And that first one. Anyway, they were with Baba. 32. So they were standing around Baba, and there were this grass and wildflowers and flowers, and so they went forward and were picking up these flowers. But Elizabeth just stood by Baba and didn't move. So Baba so typically turns to her and says, don't you want to go pick flowers? She said, no, Baba dear, I'd much rather be with you. So then Baba walks over, picks up a flower for her. What she gave up for him, he gives to her. He picks up that flower and gives it to her himself and says, keep it and write the date. Remember. So she said, yes, Baba dear. And she goes and she puts that flower in the family Bible. I believe, from what I remember her saying, that it had a beautiful carved wooden cover. The Bible's cover. She put it in there and she put the date in there. And the date was 24th May 1932. And 30 years later, how many years? 20 years later, after the accident happened, she remembered the date because she had to sign the insurance people's papers all the time. 24th May 1952, 24th May 1952. And she had to put so many signatures and so many forms that the insurance people kept asking her to sign because she had put an insurance on, I think, the passengers in the car, whatever it was. Well, nothing clicked then. But a long time later, when she was moving to the center, she was at that time, when we went back after the accident, we stayed at her parents' house called Dupont-Dune, right in front, right by the ocean. We could look out at the ocean, you know, we could walk over to the ocean. And so, when we came away, then Elizabeth was now moving to the center. She had put everything into the center. Her heart, her resources, herself, whatever, for Baba. Baba had asked for that center, and she put everything in it, wholeheartedly. So this also was, I think, sold, and then she was moving over to the center where the Dilruba was built. But so then there was a lot of packing to be done. She was now better, she was walking about, she had healed. So then, while she was, the books were being brought from the cellar, and she casually opened the family Bible, you know, the nostalgic way one does. And when she opened it, she saw the flower, and she saw the date, 24th May 1932. And she remembered the date because she signed it again and again and over again. 24th May 1952. Only one figure had changed, 3 into 5. That's why Baba had given her the day. And she said, any little feeling she may have had in her heart that maybe this needn't have happened, maybe I could have, you know, was it me? Baba was telling her plainly, look, I was telling you 20 years ago this was to happen. Don't think you've done it, it's me. Isn't that lovely story? I love it. And also so typical of Baba that he goes forward and picks up a flower to give to Elizabeth because she gave up doing that for him. Then he has to do it.
Like this. I got a picture of it. I got it like this. Why you didn't see him? I'm just recording it.
Ah, another one. Ah. Oh, got a comb here.
Show them the yearly salt spread.
काय मॅटम मध्ये गडबड केलीस तशी तू
काय घरातले माणसं आहे का स्टोअर मध्ये जाऊन नीचे करी जावं पैसा कसा
ते जवळ आपल्या राहते ते काय आपल्या जवळ येते
Then he took a video of the face. With his finger he pointed, then he comes scratching to and says, look, there's Baba's face. You see Baba everywhere.
I'll take a shot of you with it, baby.
माग होय ना तू असं ना असं इकडे
माझ्याकडे तर बघतो मी असं होतं
काय केलं दादा माझं एक मिनिट
ताबडतोब लिहून देत
हा
माझ्याकडे पाहतोय
त्यांनी किती असे बदलले
Is the mom?
हा इसके
Your mom?
हा तिच्याजवळ
Yeah.
तिच्या दा तू मागव तुम्ही मागवा मी म्हणली होती की त्याला त्यांच्याकडे तोंड कर ना असं निघत असं पुढे धर
असं पुढे धर
They look like they're gonna be here for a long time.
A lot of work.
Actually, it's a very it's one of the most inexpensive forms of construction. Lime mortar and stone.
These are the walls. These two are the walls. They are very big. This is for women, and it's getting painted.
How long will it take?
This is over, now this we have started.
That's okay.
Beg your pardon?
How long will it take?
It will take about 15 minutes.
Yes, it's quite hectic when there's patients and doctors and it's quite hectic.
Then we have the doctor.
Where's your office? Here?
No, this is the nurse's station. My office is there, but actually I'm a reader. Good night from London.
Oh, from both sides, the beds?
Yes, there are beds on both sides. And, because we have shifted them, because this work is being done. And then we put them back.
In 1953, in Dehradun, a city in the north of India, a man known as Meher Baba announced to the world that he was the Avatar, the Ancient One, who came before as Zoroaster, Rama, Krishna, Buddha, Jesus and Muhammad. It would be very easy to dismiss this man as completely mad, a guru whose ego had grown to enormous proportions. However, his lifestyle was so unique that he can't be easily ignored. During the last 44 years of his life, in a whirlwind of intense activity and world travel, he kept complete silence. He did not utter a word. His messages and discourses, as well as casual conversations, were conveyed through an alphabet board, and later with his own language of hand gestures. He promised that he would one day break his silence, thereby generating a new humanity based on love and intuition. Although he died on January the 31st, 1969, without ever actually speaking, many of his followers believe that his silence will soon be broken, and that this event will be signaled by a great physical and spiritual upheaval in the world. A story about Meher Baba appeared in Time magazine after a visit to the United States in 1932. He was later featured on the cover of Rolling Stone magazine, with an article written by his follower, Pete Townsend, of the rock band The Who. And Meher Baba's death at the age of 74 was covered in the New Yorker magazine in June of 1969. Who was this man? A hypocrite and a fraud? A well-meaning but deluded spiritual guide? Or the living Christ, come again in human form, to rejuvenate man's love for God?
You know, Baba has said so many times, you give a pinch of yourself to me, a pinch, and I give you that much. It is true. You just give a pinch of yourself and Baba gives you that much.
It's no picnic. I mean, it really is no picnic. He really can dish it out to you. I mean, if you have to be brave. First of all, you have to be brave if you want to journey towards God, because it means a certain amount of abnegation. It means a lot of giving up of your own ego, and you would be put into difficult situations. You might have things that are, hey, what am I doing all this for? You have all kinds of things to overcome.
The mystery of his silence, you know, has been a factor in the appeal. That this person obviously is different. You know, most people talk all the time, maybe too much, particularly a lot of religious people. But here is one who said what he had to say, as it were, by silence.
He was born Merwan Shehryar Irani on the morning of February the 25th, 1894, in Pune, India, 100 miles from Bombay. He was the second of 6 children born to Shehryar and Shireen Irani. Shehryar, a native of Persia, was of Zoroastrian faith and deeply spiritual. When he was 39, he married Shireen, who was but 14 at the time. Together they owned a small home, which they referred to as the Pumpkin House. Moan's was a happy yet uneventful childhood. Those who knew him said he was active and mischievous, yet gentle and unselfish. He was interested in music and poetry and excelled in sports. He attended the Catholic St. Vincent's High School and later Deccan College in Pune, where his main interests were literature and poetry. A fan of Shelley, Wordsworth and Shakespeare, Moan's own poems were published in the newspapers of Bombay. One day in 1913, while cycling home from college, he had a dramatic encounter with an old Muslim woman who would change his life. Known as Hazrat Babajan, she was said to be over 100 years old and accepted by many as a perfect spiritual master. Babajan called to him as he was cycling past her. She later kissed him on the forehead, which, as Meher Baba claims, gave him immediate realization of God. For the next 9 months, he had no consciousness of his body or his surroundings. Baba later described the state he was in at this time. I received no promptings from my mind as would an ordinary man. I had no knowledge of the things I did or did not do. I did not sleep and had no appetite. No one had any idea throughout this period that I did everything by instinct, more like an automaton than an ordinary human being. My mother thought I was mad and called for medical help. The doctors could do nothing. His condition had lasted for 9 months, when Moan was suddenly drawn to seek out various spiritual masters in that region of India, Narayan Maharaj of Kedgaon, Tajuddin Baba of Nagpur, and Sai Baba of Shirdi. Sai Baba recognized Moan and sent him to his chief disciple, a Hindu, Upasni Maharaj. When Moan approached him, Maharaj greeted Moan, so to speak, with a stone, which he threw at him with great force. It struck Moan on the forehead, exactly where Babajan had kissed him. This bizarre event apparently signaled the return of Moan's normal consciousness. He proceeded to spend the next 6 years with Upasni and was gradually brought back down to a normal, functioning state. Moan said that during that time he had complete awareness of the world of duality while retaining consciousness of his divinity. Possessing infinite knowledge and infinite ignorance, God realized, yet operating on the level of an ordinary human being. Many who encountered him during this period, including former schoolmates and friends, witnessed a profound transformation in Moan that inspired them to leave everything and follow him. Others were attracted to him by hints from Babajan and Maharaj. It was during this period that one follower, Sayyid Sahib, first addressed Moan as Meher Baba, meaning literally compassionate father. In 1922, he was 28 years old and living in a thatched hut near Pune. After 4 months passed, he and a group of followers set out for Bombay, where Meher Baba established his first ashram and named it Manzil-e-Meem, or House of the Master. Here, everyone was required to work in the ashram as well as a conventional job in the workplace. Living near Baba required strict obedience, including orders concerning diet, play, and exercise. The men and women drawn to him at this time were from a variety of social and religious backgrounds, Christian, Hindu, Muslim, and were given the name Mandali, a Sanskrit word meaning group or company. Times were designated for prayer and meditation, but generally there seemed to exist the spiritual practice of just plain day-to-day living, with the normal challenges of interacting with each other and society at large. The traditional fasts and feasts of various religions were kept, though Baba used to point out that they had nothing to do with spirituality, nor did he advocate them with that object. He said, however, that followers of a religion should continue to observe the rules and customs of their particular faith. Occasionally during this period, Baba and the Mandali provided services for the sick, poor, and others in need. After 10 months, the ashram was abruptly closed, and for the next year and a half, Meher Baba and his mandali travelled continuously throughout India, once going as far as Iran. They finally settled in a deserted military camp near Ahmednagar in central India. This unlikely new home gradually became known as Meherabad. Over the course of the next year, Meherabad turned into a virtual small town with 500 inhabitants. It offered a free school, hospital and dispensary, as well as a hermitage for lepers and the destitute. Children of all castes and creeds, including untouchables, soon began to live, eat and intermingle freely. Meher Baba took an active part in every phase, including cleaning the latrines and bathing the schoolchildren. Of the many new buildings at Meherabad, the first to be constructed was known as the Jopti, a small square room where Baba would often sit in seclusion. On the night of July the 9th, 1925, before retiring into this hut, he announced that beginning the following morning he would no longer speak, and that he would maintain this silence for the next 1.5 years. 44 years went by, and despite occasional indications that the silence would be broken, Meher Baba did not utter a single word. He communicated at first with chalk and slate, soon dropping this method in favour of an English alphabet board. Rapidly pointing to the letters, he would effectively carry on a conversation with his disciples. There has been much controversy regarding this silence. Baba indicated that it was undertaken as a means to conserve his spiritual energy and declared, "You have asked for and been given enough words. It is now time to live them." In a statement which became one of his most famous, he added that all things that are real are given and received in silence.
The silence, I think, was an important sign, you might say, a prophetic sign or symbol on his part. And this is, always raises questions of what is he saying by not speaking.
His silence, it was quite different. It was not just people observe silence. It was not so. Through silence he was working. He made the silence as his medium for his universal work.
On his 32nd birthday in February of 1926, more than 20,000 people came from all over India for his darshan, or blessing. Later that year, the school, hospital and dispensary, which were all thriving in Meherabad, was suddenly closed. Throughout his life, Baba frequently opened and closed various ashrams and places of service, designing them only as outward aids to the actual inner work he meant to accomplish. After terminating the community functions at Meherabad, Baba set up a unique boys' school he named Meher Ashram, which was open to all castes, races and nationalities. Here, Baba concentrated on the general welfare and spiritual upliftment of the boys. In January of 1929, this too was closed down, as Meher Baba began a phase of extensive travel, which would last for the next 20 years. After moving throughout India, he visited Africa, China, North America, Europe, and the Middle East. He sailed to England via the SS Rajputana, on which Mahatma Gandhi was also a passenger. Gandhi was impressed by Meher Baba, and despite the fact that the London newspapers described Baba as Gandhi's spiritual advisor, Baba had told the Mahatma that he would not be able to offer any real spiritual help unless Gandhi resolved to give up politics. Evidently, Gandhi felt his work of liberating India more pressing than a life devoted to Meher Baba. Baba indicated that he travelled in order to carry out his inner work of awakening, and his help to humanity was on both individual and collective levels. He mostly travelled incognito, at times walking silently through crowded city streets, other times meeting with various seekers who expressed an interest in him. He gave no importance to founding any organization in his name, advocating no particular method of meditation or other practices associated with the popular image of Eastern masters. He stressed only love for God. Of the many stories about Meher Baba which appeared in local newspapers, most were favourable, but when unfavourable or sensational reports appeared, he was not disturbed. On April the 8th, 1932, Meher Baba was interviewed by the British historian Charles Purdom for a newsreel produced by the Paramount Film Company.
Sri Meher Baba has come from India with a message to the West. He does not convey this message by speaking, but by his mere presence. When he wishes to communicate with people, he uses this board and points to the letters on it. My object in coming to the West is not with the intention of establishing new creeds or spiritual societies and organizations. I see the structure of all the great religions of the world tottering. The West is more inclined towards the material side of things. I intend to bring together all religions and cults like beads on one string and revitalize them for individual and collective needs. This is my mission to the West.
That's what he came for. He did not come to teach a new religion. He came to awaken us. And that's why he's been called the Awakener. It's to wake us up.
You know, you could argue that we don't really need another religion. We've got plenty of religions. We need people to exemplify the values of the religions we have. But, you know, you can also argue, and I think that followers of Meher Baba and many others would say this, that conditions in the 20th century world and now the 21st century world practically are so different from conditions in the past eras when the great religions we now have developed that maybe we do need somebody or some movement that will radically reinterpret what religion is all about.
Of course, we go to temple, we go to church, we go to mosque, we pray only for the sake of prayer, mechanically, whether we follow Prophet Muhammad, whether we follow Ram, Buddha, mechanically we perform prayers, meditate, just like for the sake of interest, and it has no meaning unless heart is open towards God and love is there.
In May of 1932, after visiting Italy, France and Switzerland, as well as New York and Chicago in the United States, Meher Baba arrived in Los Angeles, California. He stayed for 1 week, meeting with the press, local ministers and religious heads, and members of the Hollywood film community. He visited MGM and Paramount Studios and met a number of actors, including Gary Cooper and Tallulah Bankhead. Mary Pickford held a reception in his honor at her Beverly Hills home, Pickfair. He indicated that the film industry has tremendous power to stimulate and direct the public's imagination, and hinted at the higher responsibility of the film community to portray stories of love and selfless service. Meher Baba asserted that the purpose of all life is for each of us to realize our oneness with God. He likened the original state of God to a tranquil, infinite ocean of power, knowledge, and bliss. However, this ocean was unconscious of itself as God. Latent within this original ocean was what Meher Baba called the initial urge or whim to know itself as God. What resulted was the merging of infinite space and infinite energy, the beginning of creation. To use the example of God as an infinite ocean, we can see the individual drops which make up that ocean as the individual drop souls that inhabit the earth. Each individual drop experiences itself to be separate from the ocean and asserts its separative existence as a drop. Rather than identifying itself as the ocean or God, the drop soul begins its journey in consciousness by identifying with and taking various forms. We begin at the most rudimentary form of consciousness, the stone form, and then evolve through increasingly complex physical forms: metal, vegetable, worm, fish, bird, animal, and finally attaining full consciousness in the human form after eons and eons of time. This process parallels, in some respects, the theories of Charles Darwin, though it is a fundamentally different explanation of evolution. Evolution, in Meher Baba's view, is necessitated by the development of consciousness. Thus, form follows consciousness, and not, as in Darwin's theory, the other way around. According to Meher Baba, after the human form is attained, the soul then reincarnates systematically to gain necessary experience. Concerning the theory of reincarnation, it may be said that there is only one life in the journey of the soul, though there are innumerable births and deaths in gross physical forms. While identification with these life forms allows for an ever-increasing development of consciousness, it also creates a false notion of separateness, the ego. Meher Baba has explained that karma is the spiritual law of cause and effect, in which the experience of every impression creates the demand for the experience of its opposite. The heavy load of impressions, or imprints of experience, acquired in evolution, becomes a considerable karmic burden in the human form. Eventually, the individual begins to tire of the endless rounds of births and deaths, and is overcome by a profound dissatisfaction with illusory existence. At this point, the individual is ready for the spiritual path, or, as Meher Baba called it, involution. Involution may be seen as the ascent back to God, and is marked by 7 levels or planes of consciousness. The first 3 planes, Meher Baba said, are of the subtle world, the world of energy. The 5th and 6th are of the mental world, the world of intellect, intuition, emotion and desire. The 4th plane links the subtle and mental worlds. The experience of the 7th plane is God realization, the goal, and is beyond the illusory, gross, subtle and mental worlds. With God realization, the journey of consciousness is complete. The dropped soul falls back into the ocean to experience with full consciousness the I am God state.
Each individual is nothing but a drop, but that drop contains the ocean. So long that drop has no consciousness of the reality, it is a drop. When there is the experience of reality, then it becomes the ocean.
In 1936, Meher Baba began a unique phase of his work. He began contacting those who had become partially or completely unconscious of their physical bodies, as well as their actions and surroundings. Having slowed down the working of the mind through their intense loving and longing for God, these individuals, whom Baba referred to as musts, have begun involution and are said to be closer to the God state. The work of contacting these musts usually meant long journeys with the Mandali, often through jungles and across mountains, most of the time regardless of food or sleep. Several of the Mandali were expert must finders who would scour remote areas of India for these unique individuals. Baba would either visit these places or the must would be brought to a special must community or ashram. Baba spent a great deal of time in seclusion with them and saw personally to their needs, washing, feeding and shaving them. Meher Baba indicated that it is extremely difficult to distinguish between a madman and a must. The mad have distorted ideas about their bodies and surroundings, while the musts have an utter disregard for theirs, because their hearts are imbued with love for God. Despite their eccentricities, the musts are greatly revered by spiritually alert Indians. And though the must has attained a certain spiritual advancement, he or she has done so without proper guidance and are stuck on the spiritual path. Baba did not, therefore, endorse the path taken by musts for those who seek a spiritual life. On other occasions, Meher Baba took extraordinary steps to contact the poor, the blind, and the infirm, especially lepers, whom he called beautiful souls in ugly cages. He would often bathe them, bow down to their feet, and present them with small gifts. It should be noted that Meher Baba never kept money, and he touched currency only when passing it on to the poor or the musts. In October of 1949, Meher Baba sold and dispersed almost all of the property and possessions that were being used by he and the Mandali, and began yet another distinctive phase in his ministry. Along with a small band of 22 disciples, Baba entered what he called the new life, a life of renunciation, a life of hopelessness and helplessness, yet of cheerfulness, relying only on God.
The new life fascinated me during Baba's lifetime. I asked him a number of things about it, and he all sort of put me off and said that I would learn about that and he would help me to understand it later on. Certainly, it was the project that, to my knowledge, involved the greatest amount of planning and the most rigorous conditions and, let us say, agreements between Meher Baba himself and the people who followed him into the new life.
The group wandered across India, begging for their needs, while continuing to render service to humanity. Although this phase ended in February of 1952, sooner than expected, Meher Baba said that the spirit of the new life is endless and will live by itself eternally, even if there is no one to live it. Meher Baba then initiated a decade of communication with the public in both the East and the West. At Baba's request, 2 American disciples, Elizabeth Patterson and Narina Machabelli, established a retreat for him in the United States. And in April of 1952, Baba, with 5 men and 6 women Mandali members, visited Meher Spiritual Center on 500 acres of land in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. He called this center his home in the West and said that one day it would become a place of pilgrimage.
Most people that have been drawn to him have, in my experience, also been people that have been very much drawn to the path of devotion and love, what Hindus would call bhakti, as their spiritual way, because he seems to embody it so fully. He's just overflowing with love for God and humankind.
I've had many different people tell me over the years how they felt when Baba embraced them. And when he embraced me, I can't put it in words because there were arms around me, but I didn't feel anything. Some people said I gave me a bear hug. When his arms went around me, I just felt like I felt nothing, nothing at all. I felt so wonderful. I was so happy to be free and to be in this state of happiness and feeling his compassion and his love enveloping me. I said, I'm home. And I wanted to stay there, you know.
I had been, as it were, under Baba's spiritual thumb for 7 years before I came into his personal presence for the first time. And I would say that immediately there were 2 things that were so deep and so true and so startling that frankly I was rather disoriented. First of all, to realize that one is with another human being who, for the first time in one's life, one realizes completely, totally accepts one as one is. And the other thing is to feel the absolute, total oneness with another human being, as if he were your own self, deeper than you can even be your own self yourself. And to realize this instinctively is, of course, quite a shock.
Meher Baba had foretold that he would shed his blood on American soil, and on May the 24th, 1952, en route to California with 4 women disciples on board, his car collided with another just outside of Prague, Oklahoma. Meher Baba was thrown out of the vehicle, his head bleeding, his left arm, left leg, and nose fractured. The 4 women Mandali were hurt as well, but there were no fatalities. 4 years later, while driving in India near the city of Satara, Baba was involved in another serious car accident. This time he was accompanied by the men Mandali. Dr. Nilu, a companion of Baba's since 1927, was killed. The other men were all badly injured and immediately hospitalized. Meher Baba's hip was all but destroyed in the crash. In the first car accident in '52, Meher Baba sustained injuries to the left side of his body, head to toe. In this accident, Baba injured his right side, also from head to toe. These physical ailments proved to be a cause of great suffering for him in subsequent years. After recovering from the 1952 crash, Meher Baba arrived back in India in September of that year and again plunged into his work with the musts. Numerous mass darshan programs were also held in many villages and cities throughout India, drawing as many as 50,000 people at a time. In 1953, Meher Baba made a most extraordinary claim. He made it clear that he was the Avatar, the living Christ. While traveling in Dehradun, he explained his role as the highest of the high, who has come only for the sake of love. According to Meher Baba, the same Avatar repeats his manifestation from time to time, adopting different human forms and different names, to reveal truth in different garbs and different languages, in order to raise humanity from the pit of ignorance and free it from the bondage of illusions. Meher Baba asserted that there is only one Avatar and that he has appeared previously as Zoroaster, Ram, Krishna, Buddha, Jesus, Muhammad, and now as Meher Baba. As one might expect, this claim has shaken the foundations of many religious belief systems. However, it is estimated that there are over 1 million people worldwide who believe Meher Baba's claim to be true. He indicated that as the Avatar's appearance always coincides with the spiritual regeneration of man, the period immediately preceding his manifestation is always one in which humanity suffers from the pangs of the approaching rebirth. Currently, man seems more than ever enslaved by desires, more than ever driven by greed. Meher Baba said, "I have come not to teach, but to awaken," and promised nothing less than a new era marked by unprecedented spiritual change. He described avataric periods such as this one as the springtide of creation, bringing a new release of power, a new awakening of consciousness, a new experience of life for all. Qualities of energy and awareness are made available for all humanity. Life as a whole is lifted to a higher level of consciousness and geared to a new rate of energy. The transition from sensation to reason was one such step. The transition from reason to intuition will be another. Meher Baba called this the era of the new humanity, a time which would be characterized by the experience of oneness, and a time when science will work cooperatively with religion. In the circular dated September the 7th, 1953, Meher Baba declared, "To those of you who desire to approach me, accepting me as the highest of the high, know that you must never come with the desire in your heart which craves for wealth and worldly gain, but only with the fervent longing to give your all, body, mind, and possessions, with all their attachments. Do not ask me to bless you with a good job, but desire to serve me more diligently and honestly, without expectation of reward. Although many people glorified Meher Baba as God, he said it happens that most of humanity condemns the avatar while he is physically among them. He said, "I am the Ancient One, eternally remembered and worshipped in the past, anticipated in the future, and ignored in the present." Through the periodic incarnation of the avatar, God consciously becomes man for the liberation of mankind. The question arises, if Meher Baba is the Christ come again, why did he not perform any miracles, similar to those depicted in the biblical scriptures? Meher Baba conveyed, "If I am the highest of the high, nothing is impossible to me. And though I do not perform miracles to satisfy individual needs, time and again at certain periods I manifest the infinite power in the form of miracles, but only for the spiritual upliftment and benefit of humanity and all creatures." He said, "I will not give sight to the blind, but I will make them blind to the world in order to see God."
Baba himself was so absolutely dead set against miracles and people attributing miracles to him, and yet all of the time that you were around him, you would notice that the coincidences which occurred were so frequent and so extraordinary. I can remember any number of occasions when things would happen in such a totally unexpected fashion that, you know, they would really keep you gasping.
Baba's brother Jal, he had told us that he had not accepted Baba in the beginning as God in human form. And he asked Baba to prove it. He took out his hand and told Baba to put a piece of burning coal in his hand. And Baba just took a piece of burning coal that was there in the fireplace. He picked it up with a pincer and put it on Jal's hand. And the flesh was burning, and Jal said that he couldn't feel the pain. And he was really stunned at that. And as soon as Baba picked it up, he collapsed with pain, and he was in the hospital for many days. And that was, Jal said that was his turning point to accept Baba as God. And he even said that whenever Baba would visit him in the hospital, because his hand had burned very badly, and he said that whenever he would visit and be near him by his bedside, he would not feel the pain. And as soon as he would leave the hospital, he would feel the pain.
In 1954, Baba went on a 3-month tour of southern India. In Madras, he gave darshan to nearly 150,000 people. Later that year, Meher Baba gave up the alphabet board entirely and began to rely solely on hand gestures when he wished to communicate with words. Quite different from traditional sign language, these hand gestures were understood by the Mandali and could be read by the layman with a bit of practice.
I did buy a whole lot of cashews, little bags of cashews. Baba had a way of tossing grapes or cashews, or just nobody would ever know where, but you better catch them because that's an extra special gift from the master. In other words, that's his prasad or his love gift, you know. And so when he was tossing here, and he'd pretend he was going to toss there, and he'd toss over here, you see. And then people laughed every time he did that, and they were sort of expecting that too, you know.
And Baba's sense of humor was so great that I can tell you, we both were once sitting in front of Baba and Guru Prasad, and till the age of 21, 22, we were very identical. It was very difficult for people to make out who's Rustam and who's Sorab. So once we were sitting in front of Baba, and Baba was looking at the both of us, you know, and all of a sudden Baba said, "Which one is Rustam and which one is Sorab?" So Baba's brother Jal was standing next to Baba. He pointed out to me and said, Baba, this is Rustam. And I said, no, Baba, I am Sorab, I am Sorab. So Baba had a smile on his face. He says, I am God in human form. I know each and everything that happens in the universe, but still I do not know who's Rustam and who's Sorab. That was his great sense of humor that he had.
Meher Baba was fond of animals, and he enjoyed recreation such as marbles, checkers, and the Indian game 7 Tiles. He said that he accomplished spiritual work through the concentrated energies of the players. In the mid-1950s, he held a number of darshan programs, many of which were attended by Westerners. During this period, most of Meher Baba's important books and discourses were given or published, including God Speaks in 1956. In this book, Meher Baba outlined the path of evolution from stone to human form and on to God realization. Another book, which was written by Baba's own hand in the mid-1920s, has not been read by anyone, and its present whereabouts are unknown. Baba had worked on it for hours daily, while reclining in a small box-like structure which he called his table seat. Occasionally he referred to this book as his Bible, implying that it contained stories of his own experiences in the superconscious state and revolutionary new information relating to science. He said the book would be published when the time was right. Meher Baba explained that the avatar is always surrounded by a circle of disciples who have deep past connections with him. Because the avatar works for the benefit of all people, the circle is representative of many personality types which are useful instruments in his universal work. Consciousness being fundamentally one, the avatar's work with a few affects us all.
The Christ avatar, which Baba is in charge of creation. So he has a tremendous responsibility. And he has always emphasized each time the subject came up that the Christ avatar has the capacity, all of the power that is necessary to do everything in creation. But obviously, one of the things that is terribly important in creation, perhaps almost the most important of all, is the leading of the individual drop soul, the individual human being, back to unity and consciousness of his own godhood. The work that individuals, that the Mandali, even stupid people such as myself, to participate, is to assist us in this process of coming back to our own knowledge of our own godhood. It's not because he needs it. That's quite obvious, but it's to help us along that he integrates us.
Erich Jesawala, one of Baba's close Mandali, functioned as primary interpreter of Baba's signs and gestures. Meher Baba's closest female disciple was Mehera Jahangir Irani, who died in 1989 at the age of 81. Although sex or marriage did not enter into their personal life, Mehera occupied a very special place in Meher Baba's heart. He said, "Mehera is my very breath, without which I cannot live." While in India, Baba usually resided at Meherazad, a countryside ashram not far from Meherabad and the city of Ahmednagar. Seclusions, which had always been a feature of his work, now became more frequent. He returned to the US again in 1956 and 58, and to Australia as well, where with the help of poet Francis Brabazon and a handful of Australian followers, he established Avatar's Abode, a small centre 70 miles north of Brisbane.
During Baba's stay in Los Angeles area, we also drove up to Marymount, and which is a spiritual center in Upper Ojai, normally known as Sulphur Mountain. And Baba and the Mandali and a whole busload of people, we all went up there. So Baba was walking up this hill, and I tell you, you could not keep up with him. It's impossible. He just floats over the air. I was out of breath, and many people fell behind, including me, and we just couldn't follow the way he was going. He was going just going along, and his men even were running, you know. I mean, and it's just a walk with him. I don't know. I don't know.
Between 1962 and 1968, Meher Baba withdrew even more from public functions, and his physical suffering increased. Although he now received fewer visitors, he held a few mass darshans. Among them, the huge East-West gathering in Pune, India, November 1962.
We were at the East-West gathering. We were about, how old were we? 16 or something. About 16 years old we were then. There were thousands of people from the East and hundreds of people from the West who had come. The preparation for the gathering, Baba had taken great interest because it was like bringing the East and the West together as in one, his love, in his love as one humanity. The love that poured out from him was really, it was felt in the hearts. It was so beautiful. And it was just wonderful. It went on for a couple of days. Until today, people who have been in the East-West gathering, they still feel the impact of Baba's love very strongly in their hearts.
The painter Lynn Ott met Meher Baba in 1965.
I was frightened to death before I went in to see him, but immediately he puts you at ease. It didn't bother me at all that he didn't speak. In fact, if he had spoken, I think I would have gotten an overload. If he had spoken with his voice, it would have been too much to manage. Baba's silence was actually a symbolic and a metaphorical thing that eventually Baba wants everyone to hear the voice of God speaking to them in their hearts.
As the 1960s progressed, more and more young people came to know of Meher Baba. Many had discovered drugs and were now seeking a spiritual direction for their lives. Meher Baba strongly discouraged non-medical drug use, singling out psychedelics such as LSD and marijuana as harmful, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Around this time, he began to encourage the direct spreading of news regarding his existence and his message of love and truth. Baba hinted that it was important for more people to become aware of him, but he discouraged followers from fanaticism or attempts to convert others. He did not interfere with any religion and permitted all to follow unhindered their own creeds, but said that, compared with love for God, external ceremonies have no value. In 1966 and 67, Baba's relative seclusion intensified. He began to request the curtailment of casual mail written to him by his followers and permitted even fewer visitors. However, Meher Baba's seclusion was not isolation. He worked with great energy and urgency to finish what he repeatedly termed his universal work. Although the nature of this work was never explained, his followers all over the world were often asked to participate in the work by carrying out specific instructions, frequently involving maintaining silence or remembrance of God's name. The strain of Baba's last seclusion in 1968 took a tremendous toll on his health. Nevertheless, he stated, "My work is completed 100% to my satisfaction. The results of this work will also be 100% and will manifest from the end of September." As the autumn of 1968 progressed, Baba's health began to deteriorate. His physical symptoms were baffling to the physicians called in from Bombay and Pune. Blood tests determined that any ordinary person in his condition would be experiencing mental delirium or a coma. But Meher Baba remained alert, joking heartily with the astounded doctors. His condition worsened in January of 1969 as Meher Baba began suffering intense pain. He refused to be taken to Pune for diagnostic tests, indicating that his ailments were purely due to the strain of his spiritual work.
I was keeping watch near Baba always for years I would keep watch. On 30th of January at night, Meher Baba says to me, remember this, I am not this body. After 1 hour, again he says to me, remember this, I am not this body. Of course, it had a great impact on me. Baba would say that when I was Jesus, my crucifixion was only for a day. But this time I am crucified every day. He was in a very critical situation at that time. His body would just, spasm would come and his body would lift 1 foot above the bed, up and down, up and down. Little movement means his body would become it would lift and it would become so stiff and hard. So during daytime, of course, 6-7 persons would be there to hold Baba. And he was telling us that when he gets the spasm and his body would lift, he would say that my every part of the bone is just breaking into pieces. And he says, I am passing through a greatest crucifixion every moment.
At 12:15 p.m. on January the 31st, a great spasm shook Meher Baba's body. His pulse rate fell to nothing, and breathing ceased. He was 74 years old. According to previously given instructions, the body was taken to Baba's tomb at Meherabad and placed in an uncovered crypt, where it lay for 7 days, unusually resistant to decomposition. A simple burial followed around noon on February the 7th. Meher Baba left no successor, and, as he wished, no formal organized religion has developed in his name or from his teachings. However, many followers, or Baba lovers as they are called, often gather informally at homes or meeting rooms to discuss his life and message. Thousands have traveled to Meherabad to visit his tomb shrine and to Meher Spiritual Center in South Carolina as well. Meher Baba's message is essentially no different from that of Jesus, Abraham, Krishna, Buddha, or Muhammad. He said, be pure and simple, and love all because all are one. Live a sincere life, be natural, and be honest with yourself. He said, love is dynamic in action and contagious in effect. Pure love is matchless in majesty. It has no parallel in power, and there is no darkness it cannot dispel. It is the undying flame that has set life aglow. The lasting emancipation of man depends upon his love for God and upon God's love for one and all. He added, the practical way for the average man to express love is to speak lovingly, think lovingly, and act lovingly towards all mankind, feeling God to be present in everyone.
A lot of Baba lovers felt that when Baba dropped his body, it came as a big bombshell. And till today, we miss his physical presence. Till today, we do miss his physical presence. But at the same time, the feeling of his presence is there.
Meher Baba always says that just think about me, remember me, and one day, of course, you will get the grace of love from him. Those who criticize him, oppose him, blame him, he is not going to ignore them. He is the one who embraces the saints, and he is the one who embraces the sinners. If the sinners do not have any room in him, then of course he is not the beloved. He is the one who embraces everyone because he is everyone.
Meher Baba had said that within 100 years, the whole world will come to know of him, millions traveling to pay homage to his tomb shrine in India. In his universal message, issued July the 10th, 1958, Meher Baba said, when I break my silence, the impact of my love will be universal, and all life in creation will know, feel, and receive of it. It will help every individual to break himself free from his bondage in his own way. Will we experience this breaking of silence? And will a new humanity based on love and intuition emerge from the rubble of our predominantly materialistic society? Perhaps only then will we know if Meher Baba truly was the Ancient One, God in human form.
I am very happy to have you all here. I know that many of you have come to Meherabad under very difficult circumstances. Some of you have covered thousands of miles and even crossed continents to be at Meherabad today. It is your deep love for me that has braved all obstacles and prompted you to sacrifice your comforts and conveniences to honor my call and to be near me today. I am deeply touched by your devotion, and I am proud of the hearts that contain such love and loyalty. There are many more devoted hearts like yours yearning to be present here, but these are not to be seen in your midst today. I know that in spite of their intense desire to be near me, they could not possibly come for one reason or another. Therefore, they depend on you to convey to them in detail all that you see and hear during these 2 days of unique opportunity that has fallen to your lot. I trust you will not fail them. Although you are present here with all love and faith in me, and though you feel blessed to have my personal contact, yet I know that you will not realize today, as you ought to, the true significance of my call and your presence here at this juncture. Time alone will make most of you realize not many months from now the significant importance of this assembly. The time is fast approaching when all that I have repeatedly stressed from time to time will definitely come to pass. Most of you will witness those events and will recall very vividly all that transpires during these 2 days of your stay at Mehrabad. I have not come to establish anything new. I have come to put life into the old. I have not come to establish retreats or ashrams. I create them for the purpose of my universal work, only to repeatedly dissolve them once that purpose has been served. The universe is my ashram and every heart is my house, but I manifest only in those hearts in which all other than me ceases to live. When my universal religion of love is on the verge of fading into insignificance, I come to breathe life into it and to do away with the farce of dogmas that defile it in the name of religions and stifle it with ceremonies and rituals. The present universal confusion and unrest has filled the heart of man with greater lust for power and a greed for wealth and fame, bringing in its wake untold misery, hatred, jealousy, frustration and fear. Suffering in the world is at its height in spite of all the striving to spread peace and prosperity, to bring about lasting happiness. For man to have a glimpse of lasting happiness, he has first to realize that God, being in all, knows all, that God alone acts and reacts through all, that God, in the guise of countless animate and inanimate entities, experiences the innumerably varied phenomena of suffering and happiness. Thus it is God who has brought suffering in human experience to its height, and God alone who will efface this illusory suffering and bring the illusory happiness to its height. Whether it manifests as creation or disappears into oneness of reality, whether it is experienced as existing and real or is perceived to be false and non-existent, illusion throughout is illusion. There is no end to it, just as there is no end to imagination. There are two aspects experienced in illusion: manyness and oneness. While manyness multiplies manyness, oneness goes on magnifying itself. Manyness is the religion of illusion on which illusion thrives. In the illusory beginning of time, there was no such state of mess in illusion as there is today. When the evolution of consciousness began, there was oneness in spite of the diversity in illusion. With the growth of consciousness, manyness also went on increasing, until now it is about to overlap the limit. Like the wave that reaches its crest, this height of manyness will dissolve itself and bring about the beginning of oneness in illusion. Suffering at its height will cause the destruction of this climax of manyness in illusion. The time has come for the preordained destruction of multiple separateness, which keeps man from experiencing the feeling of unity and brotherhood. This destruction, which will take place very soon, will cause 3/4 of the world to be destroyed. The remaining 1/4 will be brought together to live a life of concord and mutual understanding, thus establishing a feeling of oneness in all fellow beings, leading them toward lasting happiness. Before I break my silence, or immediately after it, 3/4 of the world will be destroyed. I shall speak soon to fulfill all that is shortly to come to pass. To affirm religious faiths, to establish societies, or to hold conferences will never bring about the feeling of unity and oneness in the life of mankind, now completely absorbed in the manyness of illusion. Unity in the midst of diversity can be made to be felt only by touching the very core of the heart. This is the work for which I have come. I have come to sow the seed of love in your hearts, so that in spite of all superficial diversity which your life in illusion must experience and endure, the feeling of oneness through love is brought about amongst all the nations, creeds, sects, and castes of the world. In order to bring this about, I am preparing to break my silence. When I break my silence, it will not be to fill your ears with spiritual lectures. I shall speak only one word, and this word will penetrate the hearts of all men and make even the sinner feel that he is meant to be a saint, while the saint will know that God is in the sinner as much as he is in himself. When I speak the word, I shall lay the foundation for that which is to take place during the next 700 years. When I come again after 700 years, the evolution of consciousness will have reached such an apex that materialistic tendencies will be automatically transmuted into spiritual longing, and the feeling of equality in spiritual brotherhood will prevail. This means that opulence and poverty, literacy and illiteracy, jealousy and hatred, which are in evidence today in their full measure, will then be dissolved through the feelings of the oneness of all men. Prosperity and happiness will then be at their zenith. This does not mean that oneness in illusion shall remain so eternally. This is because all this that is illusion. The consciousness of oneness as well as manyness in illusion is part of the process of evolution. The time is bound to recur when there will be again the same beginning, growth and culmination of the heights of manyness and oneness in illusion. My next advent after I drop this body will be after 700 years, and that will mark the end and the beginning of a cycle of cycles. All cycles of time in illusion end and begin after 700 to 1400 years. There have been and will be millions and billions of such cycles in a cycle of cycles. Thus, there is no end to illusion, which always remains illusion. Age after age, I come amidst mankind to maintain my creation of illusion, thereby also awakening humanity to become aware of it. The framework of illusion is always one and the same, but the designs in illusion are innumerable and ever-changing. My advent is not to destroy illusion, because illusion, as it is absolutely nothing. I come to make you become aware of the nothingness of illusion. Through you, I automatically maintain illusion, which is nothing but the shadow of my infinite self. And through me, you automatically discard illusion when you are made aware of its falseness. My manifestation as the avatar of the time will be of short duration. This short period will, in quick succession, cover my humiliation, the breaking of my silence, my glorification, and my violent physical end. Everlastingly, with all the divine bliss within me, I eternally suffer for one and all. Thus, I am crucified eternally and continually for all. During this short period, my word of words will touch the hearts of all mankind, and spontaneously this divine touch will instill in man the feeling of the oneness of all fellow beings. Gradually, in the course of the next 700 years, this feeling will supersede the tendency of separateness and rule over the hearts of all, driving away hatred, jealousy and greed that breeds suffering, and happiness will reign.
నేను భగవంతుడను, నేనే సనాతనుడను, ప్రేమ సముద్రుడను. మిమ్మల్ని మీరు ప్రేమించుకునే దానికన్నా ఎన్నో రెట్లు మిన్నగా మిమ్మల్ని ప్రేమిస్తాను. నేనే క్రైస్తుని, దైవీ మానవుడను, అవతారుడను, ఈ యుగానికి రక్షకుడనని మెహర్ బాబా చెప్పారు. ప్రపంచ నలుమూలలకి చెందిన వివిధ జాతుల వారికి, వివిధ మతాల వారికి మెహర్ బాబానే అవతారుడు. మానవ రూపం ధరించి వచ్చిన భగవంతునిగా ఎరిగి అందరూ ఆయన దరిచేరి ప్రణమిల్లుతారు. ప్రతి యుగములో భగవంతుడు మానవునిగా అవతారం దాలుస్తాడని ప్రపంచంలోని అన్ని మతాల వారికి తెలిసిన విషయమే. రామునిగా, కృష్ణునిగా, క్రైస్తుగా, బుద్ధునిగా, ప్రవక్తగా వివిధ యుగాలలో వివిధ నామాలతో పిలువబడిన అవతారుడు ఎప్పుడూ ఒక్కడే. ఎందుకంటే భగవంతుడు ఒక్కడే గనుక. ఆ యుగ అవసరానికి తగిన రూపంతో భూమి మీద ఆయన అవతరిస్తాడు.
इसके महबूबे रब मेरे काम आ गया, मेरी बेताबियों का सिला मिल गया. इसके महबूबे रब मेरे काम आ गया, मेरी बेताबियों का सिला मिल गया, मेरे हाथ आ गया.
భగవంతుడు అనంతమైన సముద్రం వంటివాడు. అందులో నీవు ఒక నీటి బిందువు వంటివాడవు. నీకు నీటి బిందువే కనపడుతుంది. ఆ మహాసముద్రంలో నీవు కూడా ఒక భాగమే అని మరచిపోతావు. కానీ నిజానికి నీవు ఆ సముద్రము ఒక్కటే. ఈ సృష్టిలోని అన్ని జాతులకు, మతాలకు, దిశలకు చెందిన మానవుల యొక్క ఆత్మలు అన్నీ నిజానికి ఒక్కటే. చైతన్యంతో నీటి బిందువైన తానే ఆ మహాసముద్రం అని అనుభూతి చెందిన మొట్టమొదటి జీవాత్మే అవతారుడు. ఏకకాలంలో తానే బిందువని, ఆ దైవీ సముద్రుడననే ఎరుక కలిగినవాడు. మనం కూడా ఆ దైవీ మహాసముద్రమే అన్న విషయాన్ని గుర్తు చేయడానికి మరియు మార్గం చూపడానికి మన మధ్యకు వస్తాడు. ఈ దైవీ మానవుడు ప్రేమమయమైన, సేవామయమైన పరిపూర్ణ జీవితము గడిపి మానవాళికి ఉదాహరణగా నిలచి మార్గాన్ని చూపుతాడు. తన వర్తమాన అవతారంలో మెహర్ బాబాకు 2 తీవ్రతరమైన కారు ప్రమాదాలు సంభవించాయి. అప్పుడు తగిలిన తీవ్రమైన గాయాల వలన తరువాత రోజుల్లో కదలడానికి కూడా వీలు కాక ఇబ్బందికి గురి అయ్యేవారు. అవతారుడు ప్రతి యుగంలో ఆ యుగ అవసరాన్ని బట్టి తీవ్రమైన భౌతిక పరమైన బాధలను తన మీద ఆపాదించుకుంటాడు. భగవంతుడు మానవుడై బాధ మరియు నిస్సహాయ జీవితం గడుపుతాడు. ఇటువంటి దుర్భరమైన జీవితం తాను గడపడం ద్వారా మనకు బాధ మరియు నిస్సహాయ జీవితం నుండి స్వేచ్ఛను ప్రసాదిస్తాడు. తన వారి మీద తనకు ఉన్న ప్రేమ వలన భగవంతుడు మానవ రూపం దాలుస్తాడు. నేను బాధపడినంతగా వేరెవరూ బాధపడరు. ప్రేమిస్తున్నాను కనుక నేను బాధపడుతున్నాను. అవతారుడు గడిపిన జీవితం మానవాళి అంతటికీ ఒక కొలమానం. దాని ద్వారా మనిషి తాను ఎక్కడ ఉన్నాడో, తన గమ్యం ఎక్కడ ఉందో అర్థం చేసుకుంటాడు. మెహర్ బాబా తన దగ్గర బంధువులతో, కొద్దిమంది శిష్యులతో సాధారణమైన జీవితం గడిపారు. సామాన్య మానవులకు భగవంతుని చేరే మార్గం సాధారణ జీవితం గడపడం ద్వారానే లభిస్తుందని, అయితే భగవంతుని చేరడానికి చాలా సులభదాయకమైన దారి అన్నింటినీ వదిలి భగవంతుని ప్రేమించడమే అని బాబా ఉద్ఘాటించారు. అన్నీ వదిలేయటం అంటే ఇంటిని, కుటుంబాన్ని వదిలేయటం కాదు. ఇంట్లోనే ఉంటూ కుటుంబంతో కలిసి జీవితం గడుపుతూ నేను ఏ విధంగా నన్ను ప్రేమించమన్నానో ఆ విధంగా నన్ను ప్రేమించాలి, అన్నిటికంటే అధికంగా నన్ను ప్రేమించాలి అని బాబా చెప్పారు. తన సృష్టిలోని అన్ని జీవరాశులను ప్రేమగా చూసుకునేవారు. బాబా చాలా సహజంగా మరియు సన్నిహితమైన జీవితం గడిపారు. తన దగ్గరికి వచ్చిన వారిని ఆయన ఎప్పుడూ నిరాశపరచలేదు. భగవంతుడు ఒక్కడే సత్యమని, భగవంతుడు తప్ప ఏదీ లేదని తరచూ చెప్పేవారు. భగవంతుడు ఒక్కడే శాశ్వతుడు, మిగిలినవన్నీ అశాశ్వతమైనవే. అవతారుడు ఒక్కడే భగవంతుడు కాదు. ప్రతి జీవి, చీమ, పిచ్చుక, మానవులు అందరూ భగవంతుని స్వరూపాలే. భగవంతుని అనుభూతి పొందడం కోసమే మనం జీవించాలి. మెహర్ బాబా తన జీవిత కాలంలోని చివరి 44 సంవత్సరాలు మౌనంగా ఉన్నారు. ఆయన చెప్పదలుచుకున్నది తన చేతి సౌమ్యలతో చెప్పేవారు. నేను ఇంతకు ముందు చాలా మాటలు చెప్పాను, మీరు చాలా విన్నారు. అయితే మీకు నేను ఇవ్వదలుచుకున్నది మాటల ద్వారా కాదు. ఎల్లప్పుడూ నిశ్శబ్దంగా ఉండే నా ప్రేమ మీ సొంతం చేసుకొనుటకు మరియు నన్ను అన్వేషించే వారితో పంచుకొనుటకు మీ దరికి ప్రవహిస్తూనే ఉంటుంది. దైవీ మానవుడు తనకు సృష్టి మీద ఉన్న ప్రేమ మరియు కరుణ వలన అవతరిస్తాడు. అవతారుడు వచ్చిన ప్రతిసారి సత్యాన్ని గుర్తు చేసి కలల ప్రపంచం నుండి మేల్కొల్పుతాడు. అతి ప్రాథమిక పాఠం అయిన ప్రేమను బోధిస్తాడు. భగవంతుని ప్రేమించుటకే జీవించమని, ఇతరులను ప్రేమించమని, అందరూ ఒకటే కనుక అందరినీ ప్రేమించమని ప్రబోధిస్తాడు. సహజమైన నిజాయితీ గల జీవితాన్ని గడపండి. నాకు కావలసింది మీ ప్రేమ మాత్రమే. నన్ను ప్రేమించండి, పూజించకండి. తనకు అర్పించిన పూలదండలను, భజనలను మెహర్ బాబా స్వీకరించినప్పటికీ వాటి అవసరం లేదన్నారు. కర్మకాండ చేయటం వలన ఎటువంటి ఉపయోగం లేదన్నారు. హృదయం నుంచి వచ్చే ప్రార్థన మాత్రమే భగవంతునికి వినిపిస్తుందని చెప్పారు. అసంఖ్యాకమైన స్త్రీ పురుషులు ఆయనను దర్శించుకున్నారు. వారందరితో ఆయన మౌనంగానే సంభాషించేవారు. చాలామంది బాబా పాదాలకు నమస్కరించడం, ఆ సమయంలో బాబా చూపు ద్వారా లేదా వారిని నిమరడం ద్వారా ఆయన ప్రేమను అందించేవారు. బాబా ముందు గడిపిన ఆ కొద్ది సమయం వారి హృదయంలో జీవితాంతం మరువలేని చెరగని ముద్ర వేసేవి. వేల మంది ఆ దర్శన సమయాన్ని కళ్లకు కట్టినట్టుగా వర్ణిస్తారు. నిజానికి తన దగ్గరికి వచ్చేవారికి అవతారుడు ఎప్పుడూ అందుబాటులో ఉంటాడు. భౌతిక శరీరంపై ఆయన శక్తి ఆధారపడి ఉండదు. కానీ ప్రతి యుగంలో మన అందరికీ భగవంతుని ఉనికి తెలియచేయడానికి, ఆనందాన్ని ప్రసాదించడానికి భూమి మీద ఆయన అవతరిస్తాడు. అవతార కాలం సృష్టికి వసంతకాలం లాంటిది. మానవాళి యొక్క కష్టాలు ఎప్పుడు పరాకాష్ఠకు చేరుతాయో, మానవుడు తన నిజమైన ఆధ్యాత్మిక ప్రవృత్తిని ఎప్పుడు విస్మరిస్తాడో అప్పుడు భగవంతుడు అవతరిస్తాడు. అవతారుడు తనతో ఒక కొత్త శక్తిని, కొత్త మేల్కొల్పును, జీవితం పట్ల ఒక కొత్త అనుభూతిని కొద్ది మందికే కాక అందరి కోసం తీసుకొస్తాడు. ఈ రాక కొత్త శక్తిని, జీవితం పట్ల అవగాహనను పెంచి ఉన్నత శిఖరాలకు చేరుకునేటట్లు చేస్తుంది. అవతారుడు ఏ కొద్ది మంది గురించో కాక అందరి గురించి వస్తాడు. అవతారుని దగ్గరకు రావటానికి ఎటువంటి ప్రత్యేక అర్హతలు అక్కర్లేదు, రహస్య నిబంధనలు లేవు. సాధువైనా పాపి అయినా, ఉన్నత లేక తక్కువ స్థితిలో ఉన్న, ధనికుడైనా పేదవాడైనా, ఆరోగ్యవంతుడైనా రోగి అయినా, ఆడవారైనా మగవారైనా, వయస్సులో ఉన్నవారైనా వయస్సు మళ్ళిన వారైనా, అందంగా ఉన్నా అందవిహీనంగా ఉన్నా, అందరూ నా కళ్లకు సమానమే. నా దగ్గరకు అందరూ రావచ్చు, ఎందుకంటే అందరిలో నేనే ఉన్నాను. నా దగ్గరకు వచ్చి నన్ను ప్రేమతో కౌగిలించుకోవడానికి ఎవ్వరూ వెనకాడవలసిన అవసరం లేదు. నేను నివసించే స్థలం మీ హృదయమే. నన్ను మీ దగ్గర ఉంచుకోండి. నేను ఎల్లప్పుడూ మీతోనే ఉంటాను.
नमः शिवाय। नमः शिवाय। Namah Shivaya. Om 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 Namah Shivaya. Shivaya. Om Namah 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 Shivaya. Shivaya. Om Namah 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 Shivaya. Om.
I am the ocean where all have begun. I am beloved sublime. I am the ocean where all finally come. I am the one beyond time. I am the one beyond time. For I am the one who made heaven and earth, planets and stars up above. I am the treasure of infinite worth. I am the ocean of love. I am the ocean of limitless joy, infinite consciousness too. I am the music that never will cloy. I am the ocean in you. I am the ocean in you. For I am the one who made heaven and earth, planets and stars up above. I am the treasure of infinite worth. I am the ocean of love. I am the ocean of unending peace, infinite hearing and sight. You from your chains I have come to release into my ocean of light, into my ocean of light. For I am the one who made heaven and earth, planets and stars up above. I am the treasure of infinite worth. I am the ocean of love. I am the ocean of unbroken calm, infinite bliss I'm too. I've been called Jesus and Buddha and Ram, and now Meher Baba by you, and now Meher Baba by you. For I am the one who made heaven and earth, planets and stars up above. I am the treasure of infinite worth. I am the ocean of love. I am the ocean of love. Drown in my ocean of love.